Okay, it feels like it's taking longer to wake up. So we should be at 1,289,514 experience. $1,289,514 plus the 36 from that fight brings us to 1,089,550. Actually, I need to change socks. Hey, Hobby Man Mike Sween. Yeah, that's actually really nice when you're a streamer. So normally my streaming room becomes a furnace, but in the winter it's nice. In the winter it just becomes a normal room. This is probably an okay setup. Finding just the right angle um for the floor keyboard is always a challenge. This is probably okay. Okay, so I've thought about some stuff. You have the same thing going on where it becomes a furnace, except in the winter. The winter is perfect for like for 100% speed running. So the very beginning of the run, your hands start out cold. But as like, so while I'm streaming, I've got a lot of different things that are putting out heat. Tons of different things that are putting out heat, especially when I'm using a secondary actual computer. So we've got the laptop that's running FF7. I've got 3 monitors.
I'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
I really feel like we already covered this, so not sure why this notification is showing up now, but woohoo white chocobo.
Well, congratulations, Ifrit, on your 12 months and for pretty much maximally taking advantage of the text-to-speech thing. This is also going to get you a spin. Um, hey Ifrit, hey Tough Guy Core, hey Scrabs, get you a spin. Yeah, when streaming, all sorts of like I've got heat producing devices all over the place, and each one of them individually isn't that significant. But when you have all of them and you trap, them in a single room, it becomes a furnace. Hey, Turbo Nixter. So, do you guys realize that you're here right now, even though Zeal is doing WR attempts? You guys are crazier than I thought. Okay, Scrabs doesn't know. Nobody tells Scrabs that Zeal's doing FF7 no slots WR tries. Or that he's here right now. Okay, so I've been doing some thinking about FF3J in the time since, like, the last time I played FF3J. And you know that fight that we can't win? Because the enemies, like, respawn and stuff? Oh, hey, KRD. The enemies, like, respawn faster than I can kill them. So I played Final Fantasy IX, and because of Final Fantasy IX, I know that Zidane has the ability Flee, or he can have the ability Flee, and I suspect that probably one of the jobs in FF3 might have a similar ability. If there's a way to guaranteed run away without, like, getting your party massacred because of the escape reduces your defense to 0 bug, that's a way that we can get around that fight. So, I'm going to try every job. Most of these jobs I haven't tried, but, like, Thief sounds possible, Hunter sounds possible. Fighter definitely can't flee. White Wiz can't flee. Monk can't flee. I don't know about Onion Kid. We'll try Onion Kid. But first we're gonna unequip everything, test every job, and see if any of the jobs that I currently have available have something like a flee ability. Okay, I guess we're just doing this 2 at a time. And then we're gonna grind for a while. If we can find a flee ability, then we're good. Otherwise, we're gonna grind at least until we can buy some... Okay, he just has defend and run. Defend and magic? Okay, well, I didn't know that hunters could use magic. Now I do. Oh, and he can't even run. Okay, so running was successful there. Knights can't flee. Scholars can't flee. Dragoons can't flee. Geomancers can't flee. Thief is my best chance of the currently available jobs. Vikings can't flee. I don't know what karatekas are. If being a thief or a karateka lets us run away, that's fantastic. Lets us successfully run away. Escape! Okay, so that's some kind of monk. Karateka is some sort of advanced monk. Okay, yeah, that's how we do it. That's how we win. We use escape. Karate Ka? Yeah, that's probably it. Ka is short for kid. Have you seen that movie, Karate Kid? Apparently it was popular when I was young. Alright, so we're gonna keep doing the exploration stuff that we had been doing before, which I think was... around here. Yeah, undersea cave. We're going to explore this. Then, when we make actual progress in, okay, we're going to explore this. Then we're going to do the dungeon that's, that you find from below sea, at the big city place. Oh, so Origo, we have an emote for that as well. That's, Cloud becoming Karate Kid. Hey, Reshiram. What are spinning? Spinning are a good trick. Okay, so the escape ability, basically makes the entire rest of the game free. Probably. Oh yeah, if you're new here, Reshiram, you might want to check out the grind document. I just provided a link to it in chat. That'll help clarify things like, why are you playing 2 games at the same time? And what other games do you have planned after this one, and stuff like that. What is my favorite color? 69. You thought I was gonna say over 9,000, right? Quite possibly the greatest grind document. That's for sure. So, Hobbyman Mike's Ween, I recently watched a YouTube video about about the economics of 3D printing and how it's all dog shit. I assume that you would find that interesting or amusing. See if I can find it. 3D printing, Kathy Wood's latest disaster. Okay, so if you want to hear about Kathy Wood's latest disaster, according to Wall Street Millennial, well, it seems like, according to Wall Street Millennial, your competition is destroying itself. So they're taking care of themselves for you. So I don't have any real commentary. I just, like, thought of you when I watched that. Thought, there's probably somebody who's going to have some strong opinions about this, who is commonly in my chat. Alright. Well, MD's dead. This is what happens when you don't heal. Ba 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 da. Well, I heard from somebody on the internet, okay, that whatever you're doing is horrible. And if somebody on the internet said it, especially if they said it with a lot of confidence, then I know that they're right. They have to be. And this is coming from somebody who has seen dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of videos about how streaming on Twitch is dead. Every single one of those videos has been fully correct as well. Okay, we need to get out of here. Okay, I think I'm gonna make DJ... I think Red Wizard is no longer appropriate. I think we're gonna make DJ a Dragoon, and Kevin a White Mage. We could actually do that now. You can change jobs whenever. And then we could revive the boy. Ba 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 da. Okay. Gonna unequip Kevin. Kevin's going to become a White Mage. DJ becomes a Dragoon. Dragoon J. He gets all of Kevin's equipment. And we'll see what's available for Kevin. Okay, he can use Protect Wrist. That's pretty good. We have any weapons? Probably not. Oh, these. Okay, now we need to trade magic between DJ and Kevin. And then Kevin can cast Life. Kevin would be able to cast Life if he had all of his spell slots. Okay, so we still have a problem. We still need to get out of here. Hey, Kane. Well, it's way better than having level 98 be 50%. Oh, yeah. So I was hoping that eventually there was going to be a hidden segment about a spin cycle. I watch a lot of reviews of washing machines. Okay, we need to revive somebody, I think. Then we go to the inn again. So, if any of the hype boom and bust stuff, if that has any predictive power, what it means is that 3D printing is eventually going to be a really big thing. It's like, you remember the .com stuff? And the hype boom and bust related to, like, the .com thing? And eventually, all of that was correct. It's just people bought into it way too early. Hey, Dimensive. Yeah, currently, one level is about 2% of the total experience. So, Dimensive, are you ready with the experience chart? Reshiram is interested in that. If you look at the comment that's immediately above yours, this looks like somebody who would appreciate getting linked the... You know, the wiki thing on how much experience everybody needs per level. Perfect. Good job, Dimensive. This is what we keep you around for. Ba 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 da. Well, thank Dimensive, Reshiram. Oifufenia land creature. We're actually underwater right now. We're exploring the undersea cave, Rika. Using our submarine. Hey, brother. Oh, brother, you know about Chris Abyss, right? So I recently came up with an innovation. Check that out. And everybody else can check it out too, not just Bruzzer. But I need to use this in Chris's channel way more often. Alright, Bruzzer is now laughing his ass off. Add... Okay, the command is levels. Also, can you make the same command with it not being plural? Exclamation point level. Thank you. Alright, you've earned being able to stay around for another... probably another month, Immensive. Good job. Funny that you ask that. That sounds like something that's actually kind of interesting. Let's take a look at the experience chart. Let's see how ridiculous it would be. Dude, it's not that ridiculous. Young Cloud levels up super fucking fast. Yeah. Less than 1 million to max out Young Cloud. I think we've got to do it. Yeah, and the enemies there give a fuckload of experience. That probably would only take like a week. Maybe 2 weeks at most. I think, yeah, we have to do it. We have to do it in the... maybe I can do some testing. Do some testing and find out... in advance about how long it will take to do that. And if it could all be done in the same session, like a single 36-hour stream, or, you know, maybe. It's so glorious to not do it. I mean, it's too glorious to pass up. I mean, how do you say no to level 99 Young Cloud? No, we wouldn't. At the end of the flashback, you lose access to him. He's gone. But for the time... during the flashback, he would happen to reach level 99. And it only takes 860,000 experience. That's nothing. We've got more than that already. And during the flashback, the enemies give way more experience. So it's actually totally feasible. Holy shit, this is a lot of stuff. I'm saying that I am very open to doing it. I'm not committing to doing it, but the over-under on whether or not I do it is probably around 50% right now. If you were a wise bettor. You shouldn't conclude that I definitely would do it, or definitely won't do it. I think I'll definitely do it eventually. The only question is whether or not it's going to happen during the level 99 Ex-Soldier hundo. But I'm interested enough in it that I will do the math. to find out approximately how long it would take to perform. If it's something relatively simple... yeah, I'm not sure. You might be right, and if you are, then we can't do it. But the fact that a leveling chart exists for Young Cloud... I know Sephiroth can't level up. Sephiroth is, like, locked at level 50. I'm not sure about Cloud. I'll do some testing. If it's impossible, then I won't do it. But if it's possible, and it could reasonably be done in the same sitting as the... within a hundo, then I will probably do it. Okay, so this is some really good shit. We've got to master our preemptive materia. So during that grind... Yeah, during that grind, it'll keep getting faster and faster over time, because our preemptive materia would level up. Okay, I'm pretty sure the dragon does not give experience. I'm not sure about the other enemies. The dragon that you fight outside of Calm definitely does not give experience. Yeah, you're probably right, Reshiram. And it's unfortunate if you are. We can find a way to teleport him out, though. I'm sure Pet Friend Amy is gonna have a way to get Young Cloud outside of the flashback. Preferably, get Young Cloud onto the first screen of the game. Ba 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 da. Ba 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 da. Oh, and by silly, you mean awesome, right? Silly / absurd, you mean awesome / fantastic. Blindfolded all bosses is gonna be pretty cool. Does blindfolded all bosses count as silly / absurd to you? Okay, we've got one inventory spot left. Alright, so... Oh, given that you have a blue chocobo, you might be new enough. You might be new enough here to not know that I'm actually working on that for real. I have blindfolded all bosses routed, up until arrival at Junon, currently. The precise definition of blindfolded here means no video feedback from the game whatsoever. So, playing off of game audio only, and console audio only. So, I'm not, when doing one of these runs, when doing this run, I'm not formally with an eye cover. So, I still have access to notes, I can still read my notes. When doing this run, I'm playing almost entirely off of notes. And audio, obviously. But yeah, I'm notes dependent for the no visuals, the audio game only all bosses run. So we're probably going to have to leave, because we only have one inventory spot left, and it looks like there's more to find. There's what looks like a hidden, or like partial wall here over on the left. Is it impossible to use items during blindfolded since you don't know what items drop after encounters? So there are a number of ways around that. One is to not win any random encounters. Another is to reject all drops. Another is to just know where your items are. There are also ways, think about it for a moment, okay? There are ways to figure out what's in your inventory. They're not fast. They're definitely not fast, but they do exist. And if you think about it for a while, you'll be able to come up with some of them. We need to buy Tier 3 for sure. A monster appeared. Good thing we just healed. Okay, I'm gonna empty my inventory and then come back here for the remaining 3 chests. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. There are also ways to defend against, So let's say that you just won a fight, and you don't know if you got a drop or not. And you didn't clear, or you didn't decline drops. So now you don't know if a certain thing is in your inventory. Something that you can do in that situation is to exchange whatever is in the slot that the item would have gone to if you did get it with another known slot that's deeper down in your inventory list. And one of two things will happen. Either you'll move the item, or you won't move the item. But either way, that slot at the top of your list is now empty, and if you did get the thing, it's now out of the way. But inventory management involves a lot of stuff like that. A lot of thinking like that. And your inventory needs to be perfectly managed the entire game, obviously. Thankfully, the bosses are consistent with their drops. Yeah, lots and lots and lots of notes go into the run. And if you fall off of step count by a single fraction, that kills the run. The entire run is perfectly step counted, step routed, down to the fraction. Sounds hard? Yeah. Well, it's probably harder than getting to level 99 as Ex-Soldier. But it's another thing that nobody's done. And I'm attracted to things that nobody has done because they initially sound impossible to people who are experts in the game. I'm not sure how many items there are. You know, do you happen to know, Reshiram, how many slots there are that the game gives you? I'm aware of what you're talking about, that there are more available slots, significantly more available slots than there are things that you could possibly fit in them. I'm not complaining about that at all. I just suspect that it happens to be a convenient multiple of 255 or something like that. Hey, salary guy. Okay, we're gonna dump our stuff. Open the last 3 chests. Then find the other hidden dungeon that we know of. Then we're going to take a thief. and use the escape command to get away from that fight that normally kills us. That's our strat. I'll save and then just wander around. I've got to find a fat chocobo. I know they exist. They're around. I'm not sure how to get to the continent. Oh, that might be it. We might have just done it. Is this the good continent? Yeah. Okay, there's a fat chocobo here. Now our inventory is cleared. We're gonna go back to Triangle Island. Finish clearing Triangle Island dungeon. And we're gonna come back here. And there happens to be another hidden dungeon there. We'll do that next. And then we'll try progressing the story. Hey, Jasuli. Play again soon. Undersea cave. I hooked up the cable for, like, making the audio work correctly, for hopefully making the audio work correctly for Persona 5, but I haven't tested it yet. But I plugged it in, and the little light turns on. So, it's not extremely effective. That's a good sign when you plug something in and the power light turns on. I mean, what more could you ask for, really? Man, I'm really good at taking damage. No. So far, no. There was a situation a few days ago where I was streaming as Fiscal Lizard and I fell asleep as Fiscal Lizard. And then I had to, like, kind of force myself to wake up a bit. Thankfully, I was not in combat while I was unconscious. And also, thankfully, I've got a huge HP pool. But yeah, there's like a half hour that I was unconscious during a Fiscal Lizard stream. So his grind efficiency got really bad. That was the biggest close call so far. But yeah, sometimes I actually can pretty efficiently grind as Fiscal Lizard while I'm losing consciousness, but once I'm totally gone, then I can't grind anymore. But grinding while falling asleep is a thing. Wait, Jasulio? Does that mean you're skipping over Budgetary Behemoth? I'm a big fan of Investment Iguana. Ba 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 da. Heel Gecko. That's a good one, Beantude. Congratulations, you made me laugh today. Ba 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 da. Blood Spear? This could be really good. Brighton Hammer? Ba 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 da. Ba-da-ba-da. Good fight. Okay, we got Death Claws. Took us long enough. Oh, fuck. Okay, these are way less good here. Can we kill them faster than they can divide? We paralyzed him. Okay, good. Okay, now we have another enemy to be afraid of. Okay, let's see what's... Okay, 115. Switch to blood. Holy fuck! Okay, diamond is 43 defense. 45 defense. Yeah, angry is gonna be really fucking strong now. With the blood spear. Okay, we're probably keeping at least one Dragoon the entire game. And then the Blood Spear should... should regenerate hit points for Angry when he attacks things. Like that. Yeah. He just gained 100 hit points back. While doing an insane amount of damage. Okay, this dungeon is totally worth it just for the Blood Spear. And there was other cool stuff in here, too. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Nice crits. Okay, we've got one more dungeon like this. One more optional underwater exploration dungeon. That we need to take care of nowish before we lose access to our submarine. I'm assuming that we're going to lose access to our submarine when we get the 4th airship. This game is really big on having a lot of airships. This submarine is an airship. Because of course it is. I'm gonna go buy Cure 3. Yeah, let's get Cure 3 for sure now. I'm kind of saving up Gil to buy a bunch of stuff. But Cure 3 sounds like a worthy investment. I've got the spell slots for it. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Okay, so basically every spell in the game is available here. Here's Cure 3. Let's also get Kill. It just sounds good. Okay, Cure 3 is the same level as Life. Tough Guy Core asks, or comments, forgot to ask, did you get the part? Yeah, I physically have the part. I've connected it. I have not turned on the PS4 and tried getting it, like, actually working. But we have the device now. Assuming that we can convince, or when I say PS5, I mean PS4. The modern console. Assuming that it works, then we're fine. But I haven't tested it yet. I've plugged it in. I connected it. It's integrated into my setup. But I don't know if it works yet. I want haste. I think Warp sends you back one level in a dungeon. Okay, haste might be really good. Cure 4. Alright, I want that. Okay, there goes my money. Eel sounds like it probably cures every status. Taking Quake. This is where all my money's going. Okay, we can cast it. But yeah, if it weren't hooked up now, I would show it to you. But since it's hooked up, I can't show it to you. It's too far away. But basically, it's just an optical to RCA converter.
I'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
Thank you for the Prime spin, Jasulio. You've subscribed for 4.20 months. Let's get you your Prime spin. You've earned this Prime spin with your 4.20 months. Also, hey Toby, you made it in time for Jasulio's 4.20 month Prime spin. That was an exceptionally elite spin. Yeah, perfect timing. There were other people who got here an hour and 9 minutes ago, and they had to wait an entire hour and 9 minutes in order to get Jusulio's Prime spin. Whereas you just got it immediately. Right off the bat. Congratulations. Oh, speaking of wormholes, I think it's in the mail. Or you might have it already, even. But I sent it a while ago. Okay. Found the wrong spot. I just sent somebody in Germany, a Star Trek card as well. Okay, here. Okay, your girlfriend finally finished TNG. Now, I think it was Swaybro. I think Swaybro just got a Star Trek card. Your GF and you finally finished TNG. Oh, so was this your first time actually watching TNG? You know what this means now, right? This means you can watch Deep Space Nine. Yeah, I'm on my current rewatch of Deep Space Nine, which is probably like rewatch number 4. I think I'm currently on season 4 or season 5. I think season 4. War hasn't broken out yet. Oh, that's a spoiler, kind of. Hey, Shauna's 18. How am I doing? Well, it's been so long that Shauna might not be 18, but I just checked and Shauna's still 18, so everything's going well. No need for you to worry. Also, we're playing Final Fantasy III with our hands, while playing Final Fantasy VII with our toes. Exactly as you would have expected. Think we'll be done till Christmas. I haven't... I don't know. I haven't, done the projections yet. I know that there's gonna be, like, 3 days later on in October that I'm not going to be able to stream at all. So that'll cost me about 3 days. But if somebody does the projections... I think a finish time in mid-December sounds reasonable. How long does it take? Around 700 hours. This grind, so Distant Fantasy, if you actually have been away for a while, here's a document associated with the grind. We call it around here the grind document. That includes a frequently asked questions page, and then a bunch of other stuff. Like, there are multiple tabs in this Excel file. Like, the progress tab you might find interesting if you want to know about the progress. There's a games tab that has information on games that we have played and are planning to play. That sort of thing. But we're on pace. Oh, and then you see, below the foot cam, you see Live Split, which is currently at 655 hours. 45 minutes. We're on pace to finish at about 1,250 hours. Now, for reference, if you were to do the grind inside the reactor, it only takes about 400 hours. So this is over 3 times as long as doing the grind inside the reactor. What happened to foot pedal? It's not working anymore. I don't know for sure what's wrong with it. And the process of figuring out what's wrong with it would jeopardize the run. I don't want to unplug it and then plug it back in, because I don't want to do anything that could possibly risk crashing FF7 and losing over 600 hours of progress. So we're just finishing out the run without the foot pedal anymore. Okay, so the Gaia shirt is for Geomancers. So did you enjoy your grind document, Distant Fantasy? Or is the prospect of reading anything still a distant fantasy? Okay, the prospect of finishing reading anything is a distant fantasy. It's a mare fantasy? I didn't know you were that into horses. To each their own. I guess horses are pretty cool. So, if you're wondering, if that joke was going to work on me, Distant Fantasy, it did. Good job. Wonder no longer. Is that a horse emote? Looks a little bit more like a cow. So, is Hobbyman Mike's Ween around? If you happen to be Hobbyman Mike's Ween, can you hear me right now? If so, please respond. We're putting out a general distress signal for Hobbyman Mike's Ween. It sounds like the Ween is not very responsive at the moment. Hey, guy. Who dares wake me from my peaceful slumber? Oh, hi, Odin. Okay, well, that kind of hurt. Okay, that was good. Okay, we're all alive. Here's Cure 4. Guess we're just gonna spam Cure 4. Here we're doing pretty good, so we're just gonna spam Cure 3. So if you've been around for a while... Okay, so this is... You know how, like, you could ask what's your favorite video game? And the question wouldn't make sense because the answer is so obvious? There's that sort of thing with regards to movies. So, I need to ask, for clarification quickly, do you mean... You mean other than Vanilla Sky, right? Because obviously it's Vanilla Sky. Vanilla Sky is, like, orders of magnitude better than everything else combined. So... Do you actually... No, is this sarcasm or real? Real. Have you seen my follower emote? Or my follower, notification? The "you're following me just a little bit" thing? There's a Vanilla Sky reference that if you watch the stream a bit, you'll see, like, hundreds of times. But yeah, this is real. In theaters, I probably saw it about 12 times. At one point, I went to the theater and had to go home because it wasn't there anymore. Like, I missed it by a day. It's like, if I had been there the day before, then I still could have seen it. But this is the only movie that I went back to theaters to watch repeatedly, and at one point, you know, eventually movies cycle out of theaters, and I was going to go see it for like the 13th time. Fuck. Yeah, so I can absolutely ruin people's experience watching that movie if I watch it with them, because I know every line, and I can say every line in the movie right before the actor is about to say it, using exactly the same intonation and everything, and all of the same mispronunciations for the points where they mispronounce a word, etc. Like, when Penelope Cruz says perfect instead of perfect. Like, she doesn't pronounce the T. It's by far my favorite movie without there being anything, like, anything remotely close to second place. It's quite possibly the greatest movie ever made. And now everybody can die. Ian DJ is going to be really good at dying by the end of this fight. The only IMDb thing that I know about is the 11 out of 10 movie. What's the IMDb? There's an IMDb score. Spinal Tap. Yeah. Okay, so Spinal Tap IMDb. Okay, it's called, the movie is called This Is Spinal Tap. And look at the rating. It's 7.9 out of 11. You just don't get it, Toby. These amps, they go to 11. Light warriors, you are worthy. Obtained Odin. Okay, so that was definitely worth doing. Now we have Odin. Ba 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 da. Ba 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 da. Hey, Aquafina. Not only are we almost there, we just got Odin in Final Fantasy 3J, which is probably really devastatingly powerful. I think what you need to do, Toby, is find out what kind of music the police are into, and then have that be the music that you play really loudly. Like, imagine if I'm a police officer, and I need to respond to a domestic disturbance call, and the reason for the domestic disturbance call is because somebody's playing Catatonia really loudly. I'm just gonna be like, fuck yeah, man. Also that too, Origo. Depending on your jurisdiction. You gotta make it as enjoyable for the police as possible. So, I've not actually seen that movie. I've seen clips from it. So, I have a couple questions. First question, is Spinal Tap fictional? Is that like a fake band? Because if it is, I get the feeling from watching clips that basically they're trying to make fun of, Manowar. Like, I think they're basically doing the Manowar All Men Play on 10 thing. Okay, so they were fictional at the time of the movie. Okay. So the thing that it relates to in real life that most resonates with me is Manowar. Okay, so I'm gonna proceed with the game now. We've done enough optional dungeon exploration, I think. For now. Probably. We're going to need to have one party member be a thief. That way we can escape from fights. Actually, let's go back to our bird. our fat chocobo. I need to have equipment for a thief character, because we're going to need to have a thief in our party in order to be able to escape from certain fights, where the enemies respawn faster than I can kill them. I think I'll make MD a thief. He's the one who's currently the most lagging. Basically because his equipment is outdated. We'll try these things. Okay, Dark Hood sounds good. Dark Suit sounds good. Scholar might be better than Wizard for him. Okay, let's equip our Thief. Main Gauche, 38. Orichalcon, 53. Air Knife, 68. Air Knife and Ori, 120. Air Knife and Gauche, 106. Okay, so he can apparently do good damage. Dark Hood, 5 strength. Dark Suit. For arms, we've got Power or Thief, basically. Thief is plus 5 strength. And defense 28. Power can be equipped by everybody, probably. So one of the nice things about being a Twitch streamer is that I can draw together people like Toby and Tough Guy, and then they can talk about, like, guitar ants and murdering their neighbors by way of sound. It's deeply satisfying whenever that happens. Okay, we were defense 48. Oh, 45. Okay, whatever. I need to find a hood. Okay, defense 29 with Wizard. 35 with Scholar. That's way the fuck better. Okay, well, I hope you have a lot of fingers for that hand to fit into all of those 4 bowling balls. Those heart bowling balls that you've got there. Okay, so we need to find some sort of helmet for a white mage. Scholar helm, fuck yeah. Okay, this is the run. Okay, we've got a really strong white mage now. I'm also gonna take these so that we have better control of our elements. Oh, also maybe Diamond Helm. I think somebody has a Dragon Helm when Diamond might be better. Okay, he has Dragon and his defense 45. If I switch to Diamond, defense 46. Okay, we got an improvement. And he has Wind, Thunder. We're gonna go Wind, Wind. Higher overall attack power, but we're leaving Thunder Lance in our inventory so that we have the capacity to be able to do Thunder Element if that ends up being appropriate. Okay, let's put our stuff away. Oh, we need to give the... Hold on. Take. Thunder Lance, Orichalcon. I want to do a little bit more testing with... If I dual-wield Orichalcon. Okay, that's not as good. Okay, one other thing I need to do is equip my power wrist on somebody. He has Protect. He's the guy who needs it. 46. 44, but better attack power. I think it's probably worth it. I'm gonna keep this available. Alright, let's kick some ass. We've got our build. So, this conversation that you guys are having is reminding me of a particular scene from a movie about Howard Stern. I think the movie's called Private Parts. Does anybody know if that's, like, actually a thing? Okay, so are Sega and Atlus together? Are, like, they the same company? Or how are Atlus and Sega related to each other? Sega bought Atlus essentially to help with translating the Yakuza games quicker. Okay, so Sega owns Atlus, but Atlus acts independently. Because I can't imagine that anybody from Sega would be stupid enough to start copyright striking content creators for playing the video game that they just made. And trying to get channels deleted. Threatening to delete channels. That doesn't sound like something that Sega would be stupid enough to do, but it is something that Atlus has done, and continues to do. Okay, so Sega... Atlus got bought, I think, 3 or 4 years ago. Okay, so Sega bought them after the specific thing that I have in mind, with regards to Persona 5. Yeah, Persona 5 has been around for, like, 7 years. So definitely the decision to copyright strike content creators for playing the video game happened prior to their acquisition. When you were playing Persona 5, you were just sitting waiting for the can't record this part pop-up? Yeah. There doesn't seem to be any way to shut that off. Whenever you get an achievement, the console tries to take a picture of the achievement. So, every time that you do something that would get an achievement, immersion is broken, like, even more so than usual. Like, you can turn off the achievements notification, but apparently you can't turn off the console wanting to take a picture of the achievement, and then, because of that, you can't turn off the failure to take, you can't record during this part pop-up notification thing. It really feels like nobody ever playtests anything these days. Or playtesting is exclusively for trying to find bugs and for absolutely no other purpose. Okay, so we've got to find where... I know where we're supposed to go, but I don't know how to get to it. There's a cave by a marsh. I think it's on the same continent as Salonia, which means if I go here and then east, it should be somewhere around here. This is not it. This is where the woman was sleeping. Right, I think this is our dungeon. LFG. We have 38 high potions. And we have the ability to run away. The most important thing is the ability to run away. The escape command. Wow, my thief is really good. I should have been a thief the entire game. Jonathan Blow, dev of Braid and the Witness, would have an aneurysm. That dude hates achievement pop-ups. So if I ever become a dev on a game, I'm probably gonna have an achievement that's like a forced pop-up thing that says... Achievement unlocked, immersion broken. So the thing is, for most people these days, the concept of immersion isn't a thing. Like, nobody gets immersed in video games anymore. So, when I complain about things that break immersion, people don't even know what I'm talking about. Most of the time. Like, what do you mean immersion? Anything that reminds you that you're playing a video game during the video game is bad. Yeah, and unfortunately, that's most people these days, sadly. And games are made specifically for those people. Okay, so one of these weapons that I have on the, on this guy. Basically seems to be functioning like a blood sword. Oh, we've got the blood spear, so that's gonna hurt us too. Okay, we might have to just kill him with, like, Cure 4. So, I'm reminded of a bit where Asmongold was talking about, like, you know, his experience in video games, and I think some game that he was playing, he decided to just have one monitor and just play the game, and he was shocked that his enjoyment of the game just massively skyrocketed. Like, wow, this game is awesome, holy fuck. I don't remember what it was. I think it was one of the Monster Hunters that he was, like, playing offline or whatever. But, like, he was blown away. Can you imagine playing a game the way it's actually meant to be played? Or at least historically meant to be played? It probably would be really good. Yeah, walls of speakers are almost always just props. So I could understand having multiple monitors. So I need to have multiple monitors when I'm streaming for very obvious reasons. But when I'm playing a game recreationally, it's always just the game. And that's why playing a game recreationally is so much more fun than streaming it a lot of the time. That and you don't have to deal with chat. Okay, so there's an encounter here. This guy, Azrael. You need to use escape. These guys cannot be killed. Because they do that. They respawn, they create more of themselves way the fuck faster than you can kill them. Okay, this is the furthest we've ever been in Final Fantasy 3J. We made it past the impossible fight. Also, hey Dino. Okay, he can't chakra. Can't use black belt either. So this fight is completely unwinnable. This is why we have a thief, so we can use the escape command. Called a friend. Ran away. Ta-da. Rune bell. Okay, the escape command is broken. We need a thief for the entire rest of the game. Hey, Turtle. We figured out how to beat this fight. And every fight. Okay, so your defense still goes to 0. Before you execute the escape command, apparently. But it's absolutely worth it. Escape always works, whereas a run has a very high failure rate. Ba, 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 da. Yeah, just have a thief and then just escape. So thieves are OP. So this fight is completely unwinnable. That's why we escape. Just like that. Okay, this seems probably also escape-worthy. Oh, do you mean the thing that's behind me? Oh, you mean it? Okay, you're not making a joke. So usually in FF3J, you have an NPC with you. And the function of the NPC is to, like, tell you what you're supposed to do next in the story. Look in the bottom right corner, and you see Une. Une is the NPC that's currently following me. And if I press the B button, Une will talk to me and say, for example, Noah's gift to Zandy, life as a human, was the best one of all. Zandy didn't understand. Let's talk again. The Cave of Darkness is north of Amur, in a mountainous area with many valleys. The Four Fangs can destroy the statues of the ancients that Zandy is using. Zandy should be in the Slicks Tower beyond the statues. And the reason we're going in here is to get the fourth Fang. So basically, you almost always have an NPC with you whose function is to, like, prod you in the correct direction in terms of the plot. Yeah, things are going well. I learned that thieves have the escape command. So now we can run away from fights without instantly dying. And that's really important because there's a fight in this dungeon that is completely unwinnable. Unwinnable because it involves enemies that respawn themselves faster than you can kill them. Yeah, so we can deal with that fight now. We still can't kill them, but we can... so the thief, instead of having the run command... Okay, so there's another enemy. There are a lot of enemies that are doing this now. So the escape command is run, but it has 100% success rate. I'm gonna try to win this fight normally. But whenever an enemy divides like that, or, like, calls a friend... so there's a good chance that this fight is just unwinnable. You're like, what the fuck? This started out with 2 enemies, I just killed 1, and there are 4 remaining. This is bullshit. This is what the escape command is for. Well, you need AoE one-shotting. There is AoE damage. Like, that's just so fucking bullshit. Look at that. You need AoE one-shotting capability. For whatever reason, I wasn't able to get the escape in. We might still die. Can't run. I don't know why we can't run. So escape is supposed to work. I'm gonna keep trying escape. Also, whenever you try to run, your defense goes to 0 because of a bug in the game. Because, of course, the game is bugged in that way. Obviously, it's bugged in that way. Why wouldn't it be? Okay, now we're dead. Fuck this. Okay, so I had just explained how... Nope. I had just explained how the... Fuck you, game. How the escape command made it so that a particular fight where the enemies divide is no longer the end of the run. I'm glad I was able to get that explanation in, you know, just before it stopped working. So I'm going to clear the dungeon up until the point that we were at before, and then go out and save. And then we might need to just not get in that ink. Or we might need to just, like, magically kill them before they're able to divide the first time. Okay, so this floor, apparently we can escape from everything. This fight, I have yet to fail to escape from. Beautiful. These guys are annoying enough that it's not worth fighting them normally. This is bullshit. It takes me about 3 turns to kill one of them. Ba 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 da. Okay, I think that might be it for now. Okay, we'll escape from this one. And then I think we have to go back out and save to bank the progress that we've made so far. Okay, somehow he ended up getting his magic swap. Yeah, I think there's no treasure on that floor. Yeah, we're gonna go out and save. Bank this progress. We might also need to do more grinding. You know, just because. More grinding always sounds fun. This is absurd. Before I get a single attack, they've gone from 3 enemies to 6 enemies. This was definitely not play-tested. Okay, so if we go to here and then west... Another thing I could try is having a summoner and then using Odin. We'll consider that in the future. I have Odin in my inventory. No, I don't. I have Odin in my Fat Chocobo's inventory. But Odin might be the answer. Ba 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 da. Okay, we're still damaging. Somehow I missed and killed it. The miss must have been for one of the weapons that I'm dual wielding. So we can use whatever resources we want on the way to the inn.
I'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
Hey, weed guy. Thank you for the 52 bits for 52%. Actually, let's... Okay, we'll get you your spin now, and then we'll recalculate what this is. Since it's probably more like... we might be at 52.69 right now. And that would be really nice if it were true. Let's find out. We have 1,294,530. Kinda feel like it's a 0.69. No, we went past it. We're at 0.78. We screwed up. 52.78%. Almost 53, though. Thank you for the 52 bits. Well, what you're gonna have to do, Weed Guy, is reach through the computer monitor sometime when I'm spinning, and just grab them. Like in a horror movie. It's gonna work best when I'm asleep and being hunted by, I think Freddy Krueger. One, two, my Weed Guy's coming for you. You know, something like that. Somebody else can write the rest of the song. Interesting. Thanks for the goal. Apparently we need it in this dungeon. There's a particular encounter that I don't have a solution for yet. These guys also divide, but we can escape from them. Got Kronos here. I will try to win this fight. I'm not going to... This is my first time fighting these enemies, so I'm not going to assume that they can divide. Kronos just did an ordinary attack, and then divided. Apparently he divided after I hit him. We can't win. So this is not even them using their turn. This is bullshit. And then my thief is dead. This is absurd. Okay. Thief is gonna be in the back row once we get to that part of the dungeon now. We're gonna not attack any enemies. Since attacking enemies apparently is a death sentence. What we need is some kind of encounter none ability. Hopefully this multiplying enemies thing is just a gimmick for this dungeon, because if the rest of the game is like this, that's exceedingly bullshit. Okay, before I get to do a single attack, the enemies, we go from 3 enemies to 6 enemies. Before I get a turn. And that's normal. That's what usually happens. And it takes about 3 or 4 turns to kill a single one of those enemies. I'm gonna have everybody in the back row, actually, since I'm not gonna do any actual combat anymore. There's no point. We can stop pretending. Deathclaw can divide. I need a thing that I can use just to waste my turn, because if I accidentally hit it, it could divide as a response to me hitting it. Escape didn't work. So I don't know if this is just a completely inescapable fight. Oh, but since I'm in the back row, okay, let's try arrow. Okay, so he divides. Attacking from the back row is a waste. Okay, he didn't divide after I used magic. So maybe the solution is to have all of your attacks be magical against that particular type of enemy. So it's fine if you one-shot it. So those other enemies that divide as a counter, I think we just try to one-shot them with our Dragoons. We'll try that next. If they can't be one-shot with a Dragoon, then basically we're just fucked. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, can't escape. And because he tried to escape, then everybody's defense is 0. I can't fight, because if I do, the enemies will divide. And I don't do nearly enough damage. Fuck this. We need an all-mage party. Okay, let's find out if an all-mage party even could work. So Conjurer is supposed to be a stronger version of Summoner, I think. But we don't have a Summoner. So maybe Conjurer is the weak version, and then we'll get maybe Summoner later. We need to keep the Thief for sure. I would like to keep the White Wizard. Okay, the person with... Okay, so all of these are going to go to the Black Mage. Already has that. Okay, so we need to... I think around here, on this same continent... yeah, here. We need to get equipped. Have Odin here, I think. And our Conjurer should be able to cast Odin. Five times. You have 5 Odins. Okay, we'll take these. So another way to do damage, potentially, without causing the division, the enemy division, is to explore will be Geomancer and Bard. But we're gonna try Black Mage and Conjurer first. Rune is to 35. For protect is to 40. Probably protect is best. Brawler's better than wizard. Diamonds to 21. Okay, Conjurer's just going to be useless in combat. Okay, they're both just going to be useless in combat. Okay, we're gonna try this next. We'll see how this goes. And then the next things to test are going to be Bard and Geomancer. We need a way to do damage to these things without them splitting. Okay, maybe there isn't an inn on this... in this quadrant. Definitely is an inn around here somewhere. Okay, here we go. We need to do this whenever we change jobs to get our spell slots back. Ba 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 da. We should also probably buy Titan. We'll see how Odin works first. I probably shouldn't be doing this fight. Okay, Odin puts up a barrier. That was unexpected. Odin is Carbuncle. Okay, so if that's all Odin does, we need to leave. We need to get other summons. Okay, at least Quake is good. It might be fine if I buy 2 Quakes. Ba-ba-da. Got one of each of those. Can't carry anymore. Magic. Okay, we've got a lot of summons now. I feel like the people who have positive memories of playing this game, either weren't playing the original and/or were using a guide that told them which jobs are the correct jobs to use for each dungeon in each situation. Without having to, like, brute force it the way that I am here. It's like the puzzle of this dungeon has nothing to do with the dungeon. The puzzle of this dungeon is that there are inescapable battles where the enemies divide. And what the fuck are you supposed to do? And that has no connection to the plot in any way. We weren't told anything about this dungeon other than apparently there's like a thing in here. I think there's a fang in here. So first we had first we had unwinnable battles. And then that quickly escalated to inescapable unwinnable battles. Okay, so this is the floor with the unwinnable battles that are escapable. So far we're good. They're probably extremely rebalanced, given how this is going. So I don't have complaints about how combat is, in general, but there's a particular gimmick that's going on in this dungeon that makes it pretty close to impossible. It makes it very, very stupid. Like, obviously not play-tested. Like, I'm fine with hard. I like hard. Hard is enjoyable. But, like, completely unbroken. Okay, so Best Friends Club. I would like to remind you of the warning against backseating. There are statements. Anytime that you make a statement, you're bringing a lot of information with it. And if somebody tells me, or, you know, implies and nudges me in the direction of solving how to solve this problem without me solving it on my own, that would be bad. What I've got so far is escaping. Also, in general, Best Friends Club, and this isn't specific for you, but when there's discussion that looks like that, commonly other people who, like, are new here will see that and be like, oh, I know the solution, and then they'll type it. So, like, any discussion of mechanics in general is inherently dangerous. From that aspect. You know, from that angle. What I've noticed so far is that they only seem to split in response to physical attacks. So that's why we have a Black Wizard and a Conjurer now. In hopes that we'll be able to kill them with magic. We are at the beginning of the first of these, like, let's just use magic tries. Yeah, I tried that, but it turns out that a lot of these enemies have a lot of hit points. And apparently I don't have a lot of hit points. Might look like I do, but I really don't. You've tried nothing and you're all out of ideas? Me too. So the steal isn't because I want to steal anything. The steal is because if I do a physical attack, the enemy will split, probably. Okay, so Titan targets a single target. What I need is an item that can be used as a weapon. Or, you know, weapon that can be used as an item to cast a spell. So I've got 7 casts of Quake. Let's try Fire. Odin apparently puts up a shield. Okay, so Air Knife doesn't make them split. Ifrit is a healing spell? Okay, that's a surprise. Well, I didn't know that, Ifrit. Now I do. How about Ramuh? Summons are extremely ill-defined, I agree. Okay, Ramuh is an attack spell. Okay, we beat the first unwinnable fight. I feel like we're gonna need a second Black Mage. So, I feel like probably a Geomancer would be better than the Summoner, since so few of the summons actually do damage. Okay, let's see what Shiva does. Shiva's also an attack spell. Nice. Try kill. Ineffective. Ineffective. So one of them is going to, like, slowly, like, get petrified. Allegedly. Chocobo stumbled. Of course it did. It would be crazy if it didn't stumble. So, of the enemies in the front row there, the one on the bottom should eventually die to petrification after enough turns. I have no idea how many turns enough turns is, though. I think I'm gonna turn my thief into a geomancer. What do you mean by running? Playing on stream? No. Usually when people use the word running, they're referring to speed running. Okay. Yeah, I'm, in general, very biased towards original releases of games. Because almost all of the time, later releases are dramatically watered down and include, quality of life improvements, which generally speaking are game-breaking things which make the game way easier in most cases. So, like, enemies will just give more experience. Enemies will just give more gold. There'll be an auto-save feature. You know, stuff like that the game was obviously not originally intended around. By default, I'm interested in original releases of games. Exceptions to that are exceptional. And I don't know any details regarding how the pixel remaster stuff was done. But I would be very shocked if there wasn't. So things like a soundtrack update, I don't care about that. I deeply... You're not going to get me to be able to care about the soundtrack for an NES game. Unless it's Castlevania 3. But like a change to a soundtrack to a random NES game is absolutely not something that's going to get me out of bed in the morning. I play games for the gameplay. I realize how crazy that sounds, but it actually is true. Okay, we got him. So I think if we wait 69 turns, he will eventually die to petrification. Okay, so we'll do minuscule amounts of damage, but he should have... But we're not consuming any resources by doing this minuscule amount of damage. And he should be gradually becoming petrified as we do this. By minuscule, apparently, I mean 0. Also, in general, I dislike the assumption that a later release of a game... Usually when somebody asks, why aren't you playing such and such thing? I dislike the presumption that a later release of the game is automatically better. And the fact that people have that presumption, massively ruins a lot of people's experience with Final Fantasy VII. Because they play it on, like, PS4. Or they play the Steam version, and they think that they're actually playing FF7. And that's deeply saddening. So, like, one particular thing that comes to mind, I saw a YouTube video of the voice actors for the FF7 remake voice actors for Barrett and for Eris. And they, like, the gimmick for the YouTube video is that they were going to play Final Fantasy VII, and they ended up playing it on PS4, and they, without realizing it, so this was Eris's first time playing FF7, obviously. Barrett claims to have played it as a kid, but without realizing it, without having any idea what they were doing, they had the every attack as a limit break thing turned on. Like, you know, what they had the boosters on, or most of the boosters on, as just, you know, it's a toggle, okay, whatever. This is, to them, that's part of the game. And every attack that Cloud was doing was braver, and they thought that was completely normal. Like, what the fuck? But, you know, to people who don't know any better, you're going to fall into that trap. I mean, it's there, it's just a toggle that you can toggle, so why wouldn't you? And so that's a lot of people's experience with Final Fantasy VII. And then, surprise, they don't like it. I'm so shocked. Okay, I guess I'll try to do some damage. Okay, we're gonna turn DJ into a Geomancer. Also, there's some release of FF9 where you can just, like, go into your menu and make yourself level 99. What the fuck? And there are other boosters besides that, but, like, one of those, they're, like, a bunch of cheats that are available, like, at 100% of the time. You just open your menu and you become level 99. Or you go into your menu and, like, get a maximum inventory. Because of course you do. Yeah, the best part is looking at Vivi. Oh, fuck. Okay, Run's dead. I was so close. I accidentally attacked. I need to find a way to, like, remove the fight command. That was it. That was the fight. That was the run. It's all over. Okay, we'll do steal for the rest of the fight. Or we'll attempt to steal for the rest of the fight. Oh yeah, everything's better than 8. You could say that it's 1 better than 8. But don't try to apply that reasoning to 8's relationship with FF7. Okay, so we are going to dump... We're gonna make you Geomancer. Yeah, I am aware, so I can kind of, get an idea what you're probably trying to say, tough guy. I am aware that there is a market for, remakes that have a bunch of quality of life improvements / changes. I just personally am not part of that market. Okay, so he's gonna have no equipment. We might need to do an all Geomancer. Okay, so that one's petrifying. Or once my Black Mage runs out of Quakes, then I'll switch into Geomancer. Broken Road was only difficult because you probably didn't understand the game's mechanics by then. So, the fighting game community, so I'm not part of it. But my impression of the fighting game community is that it has a lot of purists. And a lot of people who really care about the technicals. So I'm not at all surprised that they would have that attitude. And that they would want, ports to be as one-to-one as possible, including glitches. Okay, so we're gonna finish this fight with terrain. Okay, so both of them are petrifying. Not like that makes any difference. Hey, Jamie Gamer. Ouch. Why we have a white mage. Perfect. Time to depart. Take the wheel and get going. Now that's a fucking airship. If Jamie Gamer asks, if I'm correct, doesn't Petrify end battle later in the series? That was what I applied, from what I can tell, was slow none. So you know how FF7 has a status that has a countdown towards eventual petrification? This is what Demon's Gate uses on you with the Petrify Eye attack. My understanding is that's what I applied to those enemies. And that if I were to wait enough turns, then eventually they would die to petrification. Because it was, like, the status that got applied was petrifying ellipsis. Not petrified, but petrifying, you know, over time. Une says, remember this well. If you go down that stairway, you can return to the ground. It looks like a ladder to me, dipshit. Get back aboard the airship. Stand in the ship's shadow on the ground and press A. Also, press A. Put the engine in high gear and fly over the mountains. The B button stops flight. Take the wheel and you can fly away. Got it? Follow me. These things are like vending machines. You can buy items from them. This is the best airship on the planet. Technically, it's above the planet. I've also put a fat chocobo on board here. Come on out, presenting the fat chocobo. We can rest in the bed in the back. Dorga's calling. Huh? Are you leaving? Yes, the rest is up to you. First, obtain the Earth Fang, which lies in the Cave of Darkness to the north of Amur. Then come to Dorga's house. We'll have something to give you. Hang in there. We'll meet again at Dorga's house. Okay, so with this ship, I should be able to get the fourth Fang. Yeah, inventory is definitely limited here, so Fat Chocobo makes a difference. But inventory was obviously intended to be limited. Otherwise, Fat Chocobo wouldn't have been a thing in the first place. Obviously. Okay, Inferno, Illumina, Blizzard. Yoichi. Okay. These are some expensive vending machines. There's a magic vending machine that sells Quake. Nice. Yeah, I guess for, organization purposes. Can we go down? We're stuck. Okay, so there's an auto fly. Okay, this has got to be for mountains. Okay, the entire gimmick of this thing was supposed to be that it can fly over mountains. Okay, this airship is not particularly awesome. I expected way better. It can just, like, bounce up a little bit. But that's it. That's all it can do. Hey, Rendell. Okay, at least it has an inn. Okay, so somewhere okay, well, at least we have access to the other airship. Okay, there's going to be, like, one mountain, one place that's, like, just going to be barely get-overable with this. Probably. Okay, I think the best thing to do, unfortunately, is for me to pull up, this stream and see what that woman said while she was talking about the airship, because I think she said where the Fang is supposed to be. Okay, Une says, Dorga is calling. Are you leaving? Yes, the rest is up to you. First obtain the Earth Fang, which lies in the Cave of Darkness to the north of Amur. Which hopefully we should be able to access now that we have this. So I don't know which city is Amur, but thankfully when you enter a city, it will tell you the name of the city. Then come to Dorga's house. And I don't know where Dorga's house is. Alright, this might not be a very fruitful stream. Also, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So, see you guys soon. Yeah, we need to feed the fat airship a carrot. Absolutely we do. Okay, so we need to find Amur, which is one of the cities. It's not this one. This is like Salonia or something. I think there's a city up here. Are you Amur? No, you're Leprit. Well, I can't really recommend it. Maybe my opinion will eventually change by the end of the game. Okay, I would recommend it if you were... Let's imagine that you're trying to get Ex-Soldier to level 99. And you're doing that with your feet. And you need other stuff to do, you know, with your hands. Then you should definitely consider FF3J. What's my opinion of 2? I watched my brother play some 2. I know enough about 2 to know that 2 is definitely not the game for me. Oh, maybe this is it. Yeah, maybe we can hop over little bits of mountain right here. Yeah! Fuck yeah! Cannon Blast? Okay, we got both of the people who like FF2. So this is a lot like Death Mountain. So we should... No, I don't want to go down. So we can use our best spells every fight. And then just go up here and get our MP back. So that's kind of OP. So, from this tile, if I press left, I lose control of my character, and my character leaves the ship. But yeah, we can use all of our most powerful stuff all the time. As long as we have access to the airship. Ba 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 da. Yeah, on that list, if you're going to play... Okay, actually, have you played 4 yet, Rendell? 4 and 5 are definitely the best on that list. 5 is very good mechanically, and then there are people... Like, if you like 6, you'll probably like 4. Okay, you have played 4 and 6? Okay. 5 is mechanically pretty good. Yeah, between those two, I would start with 5. And then if you really need more, then you could go for 3. Yeah, 5 is basically 3, but executed well. Okay, so I don't know anything about this cave. I'm gonna go back to my Dragoon setup for now. Diamond Reflect. Getting wind and wind. Diamond Reflect. When somebody who likes FF2J says that that a 3DS version of something is awful, it's got to be really bad. Did I like Vampire Survivor? I haven't played it yet, Rendell. You're looking at the games list. I have not played it. I do own it. It is in my Steam library. It'll be a meme game, kind of obviously. My death ratio, the amount of time it takes for me to die, on average, is going to be way higher. Because I'm playing FF7 with my feet. But I'm thinking, Diablo 2 will come first. Diablo 2 will be, like, to try to train me to play that kind of game, and then Vampire Survivor will be the serious game of that style. You know, like, real-time stuff is happening style. Yeah, They are way different, though. You're aware that they're both real-time, you know, movement. Their overhead view, extremely not turn-based. In that way, they're basically the same game. For the purpose of the grind, they're basically the same game. For the purpose of what I'm doing here. Okay, let's do this. Cave of Darkness. Looks like we're gonna gain another NPC. I came from Fargabad to improve my skills. The monsters here can't be killed with normal swords. Instead, they'll just split into two. Yep, okay. We're gonna have to use abnormal swords. Okay, I guess we're going back. Well, first let's see if we can run away from things. We did just save. We can also... Okay, so this guy we can one-shot. Okay, we can't run. We had that experience with Deathclaws also in the past. So Deathclaw, I think we can just one-shot. That's one of the strategies here, is to simply one-shot the enemy. Lamia's Claw. But we'll probably have to come back with, Quake. Okay, let's see if Angry can one-shot. If he can, we're good to go. Okay, he can't do enough damage. Yeah, this stream scratches that itch for a lot of people, too. This is a very number go up stream. Okay, I think we make a new party. We're going back to the Black Mage. Or maybe we're staying here. Yeah, we're gonna go back to this. Do you enjoy number go up? So we're going to keep the Black Mage and Geomancer. Possibly even add another Black Mage. Or another Geomancer. I have not heard of that, or at least I don't think I've heard of that. Can you tell me anything about it other than that you think that I would like it? I have definitely not played it. Overhead fight like classic Legend of Zelda. I'm not a big fan of that kind of game. And if I were to play another one... So I'm not on any sort of subscription anything. So something being on Game Pass doesn't give me additional access to it. Or make me more interested in playing it or anything. If I were to do another... Like, the next of those games that I play, if I play another one of those games, will be the Super Nintendo Zelda game. You know, the one that, that's popular. Like, A Link to the Past, I think it's called. Maybe someday I'll do a Link to the Past. But that's the next of that style of game that I would ever do. Or that I would, you know... If I'm going to play that style of game, it's going to be a Link to the Past. And then if I end up really liking Link to the Past, then I might branch out. Link's Awakening is the Game Boy one, right? Link's Awakening was awesome. Especially back during the day. At the time, like, you're a kid, you've got a Game Boy, and you've got Link's Awakening. That was, like, the best combination of things ever. Being a kid, having a Game Boy, having Link's Awakening. Alright, Jamie Gamer is now burping, and is going to, become a kid, and get a Game Boy, and get Link's Awakening. Okay, were the spam calls about Link's Awakening? They should have been. Like, the opening cutscene for that was glorious. Like, the shipwreck, the process of getting to, like, the first sword. Like, at first you've got enemies that you've got to just, like, navigate around. Realizing that you can pick up, like, pretty much anything. You can pick up the grass. You can, once you get a sword, you can attack the grass, and sometimes there would be a rupee. That was crazy awesome. And there's a fishing game. Did you spend hours fishing? Of course you did. Okay, so we need good equipment for our mage and for our geomancer. So it's possible that bards will not split enemies as well. I'll make MD into a bard. I want to see what bards are like. $31. 36. 46. 82. 'Kay, that's as good as you're gonna get there. Yeah, they're gonna be as loud as Toby's amplifier. Okay, our bard is gonna have no armor. There's one for, like, the 3DO. Actually, I think there are a couple of them for 3DO. One of those you play as Zelda. And it's terrible. Like, famously bad. Okay, so bards have no MP. Okay, we'll just see what it's like to be a bard. Probably not going to be very good. Well, the game that I'm talking about, I've seen played. So I know that it's true that you play as Zelda. Defense 40. Defense 45. Defense 40. Defense 45, and Spirit is up. Okay, we gotta buy Loki. Oh, do we have Loki already? We have Lamia in our inventory. We have Loki already. We have Rune already. Okay, let's try this. This bard thing is gonna be really terrible. I have a decent amount of inventory space. I'll leave it as is. Right, let's see if we can cheese a dungeon. I came from Fargabad to improve my skills. The monsters here can't be killed with normal swords, or escaped from. Instead, they'll just split in two. Alright, let's use some abnormal swords. Well, thank you for the back attack. Let's try that again. Sing, scare, cheer. Let's try cheering. Only 6,000 experience until level 81. I didn't see what cheer did. I wasn't paying attention. It's probably a healing spell. It's probably AoE healing. Something the party. But nobody got healed. Okay, let's try Scare. Ineffective. Okay, we got our Lamiaskla. Zing is probably physical attack. So after this fails, we'll reset. Yeah. So we can't sing. Apparently, a musical instrument counts as an ordinary sword. Roused the party. Okay, that's what that word was. Probably it's bugged and does nothing. The likeliest explanation is that it does nothing. Okay, I'm gonna escape. Taking this a little bit at a time. This is also our first time trying the haste spell. Attack up. Okay, so it's useless. Okay, that was good damage. The amount of experience we're getting here is really small. So this is a terrible grind location. Oh, I have an idea. Let's try the other thing. The other thing, Lamia, instead of Loki, it might do a different thing. It might unlock a different ability. Okay, we still just have Scare and Cheer. Scare is ineffective. Rain is effective against myself. And then Cake is really good. UFO 50 game pack? I have not. I don't know what you're referring to. But there are other people, they're like... Clearly you're asking chat. And I cannot answer on behalf of chat. So chat, have at it. Right, D&DJ is really good at dying. Feels like a summoner would be way better than a bard here. Let's try that. Okay, I'm gonna make... Move everything. You're going to become a conjurer. And we'll go back. Think you're going to be a Marvel nerd today? Alright, take care. I wonder if scholars, if their normal attack... What I want is some kind of character class that's able to do an ordinary attack without enemies splitting. That probably doesn't exist. Okay, so the Conjurer is just gonna not have any weapon, apparently. Or helmet. Okay, the Conjurer's getting shafted. And then we've got to take a nap to get our MP back. Probably the right way to do this is starting with 2 Black Wizards, and then once your Black Wizard runs out of MP, that's when you switch them to Geomancer. Yes, we could throw entire books of knowledge at them, actually. Not here. Certain enemies... So, there are 2 different ways that you can run away. There's the run command. This has a low chance of success. The thief character class, the thief job, has the escape command, which is like run, but it has a 100% success rate. However, there are enemies from which it is not possible to escape from. And, most, or probably all, of the fights that are in this specific dungeon cannot be escaped from, or ran from. Another issue is that this game has a bug, such that when you are running away, or when you input the run command or escape command, the entire next turn, your defense is now 0. They intended for your defense to go down a little bit, but your defense actually goes down all the fucking way. So when attempting to run... So, if attempting to run without using the escape command is basically a death wish. Because you have a low chance of success, and your defense is now 0, which means enemies will hit you for well over 1,000 damage. Even with the escape command, it's still pretty dangerous because, you know, the escape is going to work, but until it does work, your defense is 0. And you know for a fact it's a bug. So, I have not programmed the game. I have not looked into the coding for the game. But I know that it is described as a bug by people who know the game well. And by people who would know, people who would have access to the coding, are the sort of people who describe it as a bug. It absolutely sounds like a bug. I have absolutely no reason whatsoever to disbelieve reports that describe it as a bug. So there's a huge difference. The way that defense works in this game, there's a huge difference between, like, taking a defense penalty, which makes sense, and having defense 0. Defense 0 is really fucking bad. Okay, well that ended up being worthless somehow. Oh, it's asleep. Okay. Okay, so this character can't even waste their turn. I need to move one of these golem staffs over to, my summoner, just so that they can do something that isn't a physical attack. Okay, we found High Pot. No, you can't. Okay, so I guess MD is just going to use potions. Because he can't do nothing. How about ice? You equip that? Good. I don't know if you have a separate magic resistance. You might reasonably think that you should have separate magic resistance, and I would agree. But nothing that I've experienced in-game suggests that there is any kind of functional magic resistance. Yeah, I'm aware that it existed in FF1, but I've played enough FF3 to know that something existing in FF1 is not a reason to believe that it would exist in FF3. This feels like it was made by a completely different team at Squaresoft. The similarities between FF1 and FF3 are basically just cosmetic. You alright? Seems I was not experienced enough. Please, take this. Kotetsu? Okay, well now he's dead. So my guess is that they want me to use this, but this is gonna end up... This is gonna end up splitting the enemies, just like anything else. I could leave and then save. But I'm unwilling to try this. It's got a different, like, color. But I don't trust it. Hey, Circa Boss. We have the exit spell. When we run out of quakes, then we'll probably try exit and then do some testing with the Kotetsu, whatever. You have to travel for work for over a week? Well, fuck. Have you considered not requiring money to live? Okay. I know the solution. I got a really good idea. So, check this out. I'm gonna copy-paste what you said, but make a little bit of a change, okay? How does that look? Check that out, Circa. Problem solved. I think. As far as I can tell, problem is solved. And traveling for work? Yeah. I agree that's a weak joke. Mind Blast. Okay, so when you use a summon, whatever the results are going to be are kind of random. Like, you summon Ramu, and then Ramu does whatever he wants. Okay, so let's try Odin again. I've only done Odin one time, and he cast Barrier, but maybe he has an attack, too. Okay, so the enemies are petrified. Okay, so we got the barrier again. Flashing. Oh, so what it means? So there, I have 4 party members. MD is party member 1, Angry is party member 2, D and DJ is party member 3, and Kevin is party member 4. So when So there I did a spell. But if I were to select, like, fight and then the enemy, that flashing 1 is to show you that particular enemy is the target for character number 1. It hasn't been happening lately because I've been using magic, mostly. But this spell here that I'm going to do, Bolt 2, now the 2 there is to indicate that this is the target for character number 2. And if there were multiple enemies, and I used Bolt 2 all, then the 2 would be flashing over all of the enemies. It's basically just to make it easier for you to keep track of what commands that you have input so far. At least that's the idea. Attack does swap over, which makes it... So unlike FF1, your attacks... Okay, physical attacks change targets if the original target is dead. Magical attacks don't. So they partially fixed that problem. They didn't fully fix it, of course. That would make too much sense. But they partially fixed it. Okay, so that arrow was just wasted because the target was dead. Okay. So what Chocobo does, apparently, is escape. So, I guess I should be summoning Chocobo every turn. I guess we'll try that. Ordinary escape doesn't work, but Chocobo escape might. Stumbled. Will we reach level 81 today? It looks like it. I believe the answer is yes, Vampirus. We got 13 more tries to escape. Come on, chicken. Ineffective. Okay, I'm gonna stop trying to escape. Let's try to win the fight. The escape probability with Chocobo is probably really low. Hypno Beam. This is my last Quake. Okay, we've got a branching path. Okay, this is a good fight to have Quake. Okay, how about kill? We don't get to choose a target for kill. Yeah, it's not nearly as good as I would have expected. So basically what I knew about it before I started was that it has some form of FF5's job system, and FF5 was fine. Sword Cut, FF5 was fine. FF5 was a decent game. Okay, we're gonna try kill again. So if this game didn't have Final Fantasy in the title, dramatically fewer people would play it. It's the sort of game that only really has value for historical reasons. If it were, like, a standalone game by some other studio that wasn't Square, and it didn't have Final Fantasy in the title, but otherwise, mechanically, it was identical, because generally regarded as one of the best NES games. Okay, I thought the NES was better than this. I thought the NES was way better than this. Whoever's making that list... So, generally regarded has a bit of wiggle room in it. One of the best, as opposed to, like... First of all, I just doubt that statement. Second, if this is based off of people making lists of NES games, these people are definitely on a lot of drugs. The NES is home to a lot of extremely fucking good video games. Particularly the platformers. And the way that you originally phrased this, you know, implies that it's among the best across all genres. I could understand some wiggle room for opinions if one is specifically talking about turn-based JRPGs for the NES. But if you throw in games like Contra and Ninja Gaiden, and Mega Man 3 and stuff as competition for this, then WTF. Then probably 20% of the NES library is one of the best games at that point. I think we have to do Fire 3 all. Okay. Influential and genre-defying. So those are things that that could be reasonably argued as being true for this. But that doesn't inherently make the game good. That's just completely separate. So, like, the first example of the first example of any particular type of game, usually is bad. It's usually a bad example of that game. Or that genre. Hey, Bean. Wait, I think you must have made a typographical error, Beantude. I think it's probably the top 1337 NES games ever made. So, a game of being historically significant, by itself does not... Like, there's no relationship to between something's historical significance and its goodness. Or bestness. However, we're trying to describe quality here. And of the Dragon Warriors, Dragon Warrior 1 is the most historically significant, and it's definitely the worst of those four. So, if you want to explore this, and I'm kind of interested, when you make that statement, what I think is by who? Like, who is it that is, in your opinion, in your view, well regarding the game? Or, like... Because I could just as easily say that a lot of people think it's garbage. Certainly there's a lot that's lacking in it relative to FF1. Compared to FF1, the progression of how you, like, what you're supposed to do next, and how you, like, the opening area, like, everything is extremely contrived. There is no continuity of story across the game. The way that all of the mechanics fit together seems to be incidental and very haphazard. It feels like Square made a JRPG because that's what they were supposed to do next. Okay, Ifrit is a healing spell. Or it can be a healing spell. Let's try Ramu. So, okay. Beantude says, video game donkey, comma, the greatest gaming journalist of our time, who I definitely don't wish would get hit by a bus. Is this the person who is the person who is generally regarding this as being one of the greatest NES games of all time? And my general dislike of this, You guys are aware of, like, what my background is, and how I love old games and stuff. Right? I should be a perfect, audience like, I should solidly be in the audience for a game like FF3J. Yeah, we need to go back to the gold box games. Okay, so everything's paralyzed, at least for now. Like, I'm extremely predisposed to liking games like this. Like, I have to wonder... Yeah, I'm interested to see how people who say that this game is awesome, go about, like, reaching that conclusion. Or maybe they don't think it's awesome, and they think that everything on the NES sucks, but this sucks less than most of the other stuff on the NES. Or most of the other RPGs for the NES. Yes. So Ifrit, as long as you can answer that question without spoiling anything. You might have to wait. I could see you reasonably wanting to wait until I finish the game first. But then once I do finish the game, I'm interested in an answer to it. If you know people who really like the game, and you know why they say that they like it. Yeah, the safest thing is to not answer until the game's done. How far in am I? I just got the big airship. I just got the big airship that's able to hop over small amounts of mountain. And I'm in the dungeon that airship is able to make it to. Yeah, I could easily see that being the case, Dino. It would be interesting... Yeah, I could see that being the case. Depending on how things are changed, etc. So, like, somebody said, the Japanese version of this is wild. Implying that there's a fair amount of difference. And obviously, when we're talking about it in the context of an NES game, like, who is it? Like, Best Friends Club, I was scrolling up, yeah. So, like, Best Friends Club was describing it as generally regarded as one of the best NES games. That specifically has to be about the Famicom version. That has to be about this. Not Pixel Remaster or 3DS or any kind of later iteration of it. Because those are not Famicom games. And then the historical significance, if anyone's going to use, like, it's a historically significant, you know, a big deal, whatever kind of angle, is specific for, like, that only applies right here, not to 3DS or Pixel Remaster or whatever. We're gonna have to go multiple Geomancers soon. You do hear kind of, or you, I don't know if you have levels, so you have like some sort of skill thing associated with the jobs. And the skill that you have in a job, as far as I can tell, the higher that is, the easier it is to switch back to that job. And that's the only impact that it has. But you don't get better at a specific job over time in this, as far as I can tell. So that's actually kind of a bad thing. So that's going to feel bad in DS when you switch away from a job. But what that implies is that here you're always level 0 at your job. So imagine you're playing the 3DS version, or DS version, whatever. But you're always level 0 at your job. That would probably put you pretty close to what you're at, like what's happening here. Hopefully this is an attack. Probably isn't. Yeah, we're gonna have to just go Geomancers. MD at least. Also, these are some of the most advanced enemies we've encountered so far, and they give extremely low EXP. Oh, actually, he'll never attack anyway. It doesn't matter. He has Gaia and a diamond. Don't think I have... Okay, we've got diamond. Fuck. Okay, we took the wrong path. So, my feeling, as far as people having a positive opinion about this game, it's going to be a mix of two things. One is that the game that they have a positive opinion of is actually Pixel Remaster, or it's actually, you know, some other remake and not the actual Famicom game. And then secondly, they were using a guide that told them, that broke down exactly what arrangement of jobs is the correct way to get through each section of the game, as opposed to figuring it out on their own. I think it's probably a combination of those things. Also, in general, there's the mystique of, hey, it's Japanese. If I played it but other people didn't, that makes it good. You know, like, if something's rare, if something's not played a lot, you know, people tend to overvalue that. Yeah, it's just like with black metal, too. You know, if there's a black metal album, and it's rare, then you've got to convince yourself that you didn't waste your money on it. If you learned Japanese to play this game in original Japanese, then of course you're going to think it's awesome. Because otherwise you wasted all that time learning Japanese. So, Best Friends Club says, Pixel Remaster might make a big difference because mistakes aren't very punishing. Everything about this game is insanely punishing, and if you take away the punishment, then you're playing a completely different game. The job mechanic feels pretty fun with autosave. Yeah, there is no autosave. Actual FF3J does not have autosave. And you can only save on the world map. There's no way to save during a dungeon. Restarting a dungeon because of a job assignment error sounds miserable. Yes, it is. And there's no way to know. So, assuming, also, add the other layer of challenge of you're not following a guide. That you're actually playing the game as the game presents itself. So, you don't know that for this dungeon, you need 2 of this job, 1 of that job, and 1 of that job. And the only way to find that information out is to get killed in the dungeon over and over. That's the actual experience of FF3J, and it's that being true is why I'm implying that it's a kind of a bad game. And why people who might say that it's one of the best NES games of all time are absolutely on drugs. Or deeply misremembering the actual experience of playing the game. With that deep misremembering probably at least partially drug-fueled. Yeah, it's way less punishing than Wizardry, but Wizardry is expected to be punishing. Like, the mindset that you have as a player going into a Wizardry game, is and should be completely different from your mindset going into this. Yes, yes. But also, Dino, that means it's the worst NES game of all time that they played. So these fights take forever, because we can only damage enemies with magic, and the magic that does actual damage is extremely limited. And then once you run out of MP, then what you're left with is the Geomancer. The Geomancer commonly damages himself way more than he damages the enemy, and when he does damage the enemy, he does a minuscule amount of damage. So, not long ago, we had a branching path where we could either go left or we could go down. Apparently, progression, like to get deeper into the dungeon, was down. And then left is either a dead end or a dead end with a treasure chest. I chose down, and that was wrong. And I'm probably being punished by at least an hour because of the time that it's going to take for me to get back to the branch point, check the other path, and then make it back to where I am now. Like, that entire process is going to be about 1 hour, because you cannot run away from these fights, and because the only way that I can damage the enemy is with a Geomancer. That is the actual experience of playing FF3J. And then before long, my Black Mage is going to run out of magic. And so because of that, we're going to switch from 1 Black Mage and 2 Geomancers to just 3 Geomancers. Also, my Geomancers that I've switched to in the dungeon have no equipment, so their defense is basically none. You can save anywhere on the map. So I need to have that Geomancer defend. Because I need to heal him, because if I have him attack now, he can easily kill himself by attacking. Okay, so if somebody considers FF3J to be one of the best NES games of all time because of the overworld music, or if that's a large part of their reasoning, I have to wonder if the person who came to that conclusion ever played a Castlevania game. The Castlevania games have a ridiculously fucking good soundtrack, like actually good. So whoever put FF3J as like at the top of the list because of the music, should check out some other games in addition to 3J. But, like, when you... When somebody makes the statement that it's one of the best on the console, that means they're implying that it's better than Castlevania 3. Or like, it's tied with Castlevania 3. Oh, so you're implying I should use save states, Rendell? Oh, fuck. I just inputted an attack. We might... Yeah, we might be dead. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, we're fucked. If there was some way to disable the fight option, that would make this way easier as well. But in order... I can't run. If you run, if you input... Even though this fight is not escapable, if you input run, your defense goes to nothing. So my white mage here, the only thing I actually can do is use this golem staff as an item. And then maybe it does, like, 3 damage. But if I do anything else, I get punished. If you don't have an item that's available to be used to do nothing, then you don't have the ability to effectively skip your turn. And then you get punished for not skipping your turn. Like, that's not the kind of thing that a game should be punishing you for. I want to check the VOD to see how much actual time we lose because I went down instead of left at the last branch point. Alright, I feel deeply sorry for you, Rendell. My sympathies. Oh, you're playing actual FF3J, right? Not like Pixel Remaster? That's a yes, right? Okay. Alright, enjoy. Come back in a few days to tell me how much better than Castlevania 3 it is. Okay, I think I can do one more fight with the Black Mage. Okay, well then you'll be able to tell me how much better it is than Castlevania 3 in an extremely informed manner. Okay, so Deathclaws aren't really a problem. Well, you're getting spoiled right now just by watching this, Rendell. You probably shouldn't be watching the stream if you want the actual experience. This is just gonna be a dead end. There won't even be a treasure chest. Okay. There was a treasure chest. So that was good. We're ambushed, of course. Okay, I've got... So, Best Friends Club, are you still around? I've got something to... If you're around, let me know if you are or not. I've got something to run past you, or maybe... Okay. So, my feeling is that a lot of the praise, or reason that people like FF3J is because of the job system. Or, I like the job system, or it introduced the job system, or just job system. Like, that's a lot of the reason. And, yeah, you seem to understand what I'm saying. When I'm criticizing FF3J here, so that entire argument, that job system is a reason for the game being good, is drawing on other stuff that happened afterwards. That's not about the game itself. So imagine that FF5 never existed. Imagine that the entire rest of the Final Fantasy series was never made. In that universe, the historical significance of the job system, or, you know, other, like, FF-related biases, would be dramatically lessened. But in that universe, the game is exactly identical to as it is in this universe. It's but the job system argument has nothing to do with the game itself, I want to say. I'm trying to get at. It's only an appeal, or almost entirely an appeal to historical significance. Like, in the absence of FF5, nobody would give a shit about the fact that FF3 introduced a job system. And in the absence of the rest of the Final Fantasy... Like, if Final Fantasy 3 was the last FF game of, you know, ever, let's say Square ended right after it released this, then FF3J would not be widely regarded as one of the best NES games of all time. As I'm criticizing the game here, I'm criticizing the game directly on its own merits as somebody playing the game blind for the first time, independent of caring about you know, broader narratives about, you know, like, the history of video games or whatever. My take has always been FF3 crawled so FF5 could sprint. Yeah, that's generally true. Well, I don't know. I think saying that FF5 is sprinting is probably pushing it. FF5 could run. But to evaluate the game fairly, you need to do so on its own terms. Yeah, and the ports of it have differences that dramatically alleviate a lot of the issues. Yeah, and so there's a mystique that comes along with everything that's exclusive. Like, if you played a game and your friends didn't, then you're gonna want to say that it's good. And because this was a Japanese-only game that not as many people played, you've got to say it's good. Of course, it's okay for Turtle to like FF3J, of course. Just as it's okay for Turtle to like FF2J. But what I'm talking about, or like when I criticize the game, I mean I'm criticizing it in a vacuum. Like, if this game didn't have Final Fantasy in the title, but was mechanically completely identical, including the job system, it would be nowhere near as well regarded as it allegedly is. Yes, and it's true. That's absolutely the case, Best Friends Club. And that is why, so I commonly say, so when people ask, what's your favorite FF game? I commonly say I don't want to answer that question because it furthers the narrative that somehow magically Final Fantasy games are better than RPGs that are not Final Fantasy games, and I don't buy that. Like, I don't buy into that narrative. In general, Dragon Warriors are better. Or I prefer Dragon Warriors over Final Fantasy games. In general, I prefer Wizardry over Final Fantasy. In general, I prefer Ultima over Final Fantasy. And probably other RPG series that aren't immediately coming to mind. Like the Shining series, the Shining Force, Shining the Darkness, that sort of stuff. In general, I prefer that to Final Fantasy. I happen to deeply love Final Fantasy VII, but the series as a whole, I somehow has some kind of mystique, especially in the West, that I don't really understand. But there are a lot of really good RPGs out there that probably a lot of people are missing out on because they're so FF-centric. And that's sad. Okay, so this is the last fight where we have a black mage. So all of the damage, pretty much all the damage that I'm taking, is from terrain backfiring. Okay, I'm gonna do another terrain. So Final Fantasy is very capable, when it mixes things up, it's very capable of falling flat on its face. Most people who aren't Turtle will say that FF2J is an example of that. FF8 is just, like, totally bogus. But anyway, the conversation has shifted to being about Final Fantasy in general, which isn't really... Okay, how did we get to that? We got to that because a lot of the reason for FF3J being well-regarded is because it is a Final Fantasy game, and because it reminds people of other Final Fantasy games. The Great Pyramids... I think they can be reasonably argued as being pretty impressive, in the absence of context. Didn't we only figure out how they were even built, pretty recently? And there's, like, ongoing work on that. Okay. I think the pyramids are probably a terrible example for what you're trying to get at. Because, like, as an engineering problem, do you mean, like, in the absence of the context that they were made by any humans ever? I think it's a terrible analogy, and we should run away from that. You can probably find some other example. And then just, yeah, let's, because they're pretty fucking impressive. Just, even for humans, for modern day humans to make them, would be pretty fucking impressive, even using, modern tooling and everything. So, I understand kind of what you want to get at. Okay, so Best Friends Club. Are you about to reveal that you are actually the size of Jupiter? And you think that all of the rest of us are at least the size of Neptune? That's the context in which we're having this conversation.
I'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
I'm surprised Uranus didn't enter this planetary discussion.
Hey, Samney. Well, Uranus is here. Thank you for the spin. 36 months of spinning. We finally got to the planetary discussion, including Uranus, after 36 months of spinning. Here's your spin. I hope that was acceptable. Pa 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 da. So we're probably gonna run out of high pots and have to do this dungeon again. And we're gaining basically no EXP while we're here, which is unfortunate. How about saffron or truffles? How about caviar? And if we're gonna use truffles, what about morels? Or not morels, but just mushrooms that people hunt manually in general. Yeah, caviar is terrible, independent of, like, the mystique around it. And, like, it being rich and rare and whatever. Caviar makes everything taste like salt. Actually, perfect example, lobsters. Independent of context, lobsters are actually awful. So, historically, poor people ate lobster because they couldn't afford actual food. And then, for whatever reason, one day, rich people decided, hey, for whatever reason, we're going to value this now, and now the poor people can't afford it, and rich people are spending absolute ass loads of money on food that's basically just garbage. Hey, ribs at least have a lot of protein. And you can slather them with barbecue sauce. But yeah, historically, rich people in China eat dried bird spit soup. Hey, that sounds exactly like a parallel with the lobster thing. There's absolutely nothing that's special or fancy about lobster. It's ridiculous poor person food. Like, ridiculously poor person food. But one day, the rich people decided that they liked it, and that it was going to be fancy. In Brazil, feijoada, which is a kind of, beef and pork stew with black beans that's poured over rice. It tastes fantastic. It's glorious. And people love it. But historically, it's slave food. It's food that was eaten by people who had no income source whatsoever, and it's just the scraps that's left over after the rich people, or the non-slaves, eat the real food. But culturally, it's become, like, in context now, it's become, viewed as, like, a desirable sort of thing. Yes, basically exactly samey. FF3 is probably more important than it is good by modern standards. Absolutely. But the reason for its importance is other video games and other stuff that happened afterwards. Not because of anything that it did itself on its own terms. Like, get rid of FF5, get rid of any FF after FF3, and it loses all that, it loses a ton of importance. Oh yeah, so the average quality of gaming over time probably peaked around the PS2 era and has been sharply declining since, to the point where any game that doesn't, like, actively choke you or steal your bank account is considered a good game by modern standards. Like, the bar has gotten extremely low. Like, a game not containing microtransactions is enough for people to say that it's, like, the best game of the year. So, So, I think a lot of the valuing of the job system, I think, is exclusively through a lens of people who are, like, really, really focused on Final Fantasy games. Because character classes have been around forever. Class switching in a JRPG was probably first done by Dragon Warrior 3, and Dragon Warrior 3 only came out a few months after FF1. So, like, what the job system is, really, is just being able to do the Dragon Warrior 3 class switching, but just on a dime. Like, instantaneously. You know, at will. Hey, Crazier. Oh, Crazier. Check this out. Look at that. Cloud got strong with his other arm. You're checking? Are you checking it out? The discussion that I had, what I said there, everything that I was saying about Dragon Warrior 3 was about Dragon Warrior 3, Rendell. It feels like you either didn't catch that. Holy shit! Alright, good job, Samey. You either didn't catch that, or you haven't played Dragon Warrior 3. Can we get dates? Can we get release dates for Dragon Warrior 3 and for FF3J? Dragon Quest 3, you know, Japanese. Would somebody who is interested in the conversation be interested in looking those up? But yeah, I was thinking, when I said that, I was confusing Dragon Warrior 2 and Dragon Warrior 3's release dates. Dragon Warrior 2 was the one that was, like, within a couple months of FF1. But I think Dragon Warrior 3 was right away after Dragon Warrior 2. So at the time, 2 years is massive. What was the release date for Dragon Quest 2? So at the time of given how technological development was going and everything, you have to actually care about the months. You have to notice the months, because I think... So, like, FF1's release date, in 1987, the month of that is significant. Because at one point, we had this conversation comparing it with Dragon Warrior 2. And I think Dragon Warrior 2 might have been 86, or 88, or whatever. It was, like, a different year than FF1, but they were actually just, like, 2 months apart. Because, like, one of them was December and the other one was, like, February. But we had class changing in a JRPG. 2 years and 2 months before the job system of Final Fantasy 3J. The idea that you would change class, or could change class, was absolutely not new. The only innovation of the job system is being able to do it instantaneously with no punishment. And being able to flip your party around in term, you know, depending on the exact, whatever the conditions are that you're encountering right now. The concept of changing class, that is not something that came from Final Fantasy III. I think some of the valuing of FF3, yeah, and Wizardry has been doing it for years, but I want to keep this, like, within the bounds of JRPGs, of, like, you know, you change class in FF1, yes, promotion's been around for a while, too. If anything, that's an argument against FF3, but you don't change from fighter to red mage, or fighter, or black belt to ninja. Fighter only becomes knight, black belt only becomes master, etc. Whereas you can actually change class, like legit class change in Dragon Warrior 3. In a manner that's analogous to changing jobs in this. So I think a lot of the, or at least some of the value that people put on, hey, it introduced the job system, is those people thinking that this is the first game that had class changing, which is absolutely not true. It's the first Final Fantasy game with class changing, sure, but Final Fantasy isn't the only RPG series. I know, I just made a controversial statement when I said that Final Fantasy is not the only RPG series. Okay. We're almost through. We're gonna run out of high potions soon. Okay, so from here, we're at 660 hours. I want to see how much time we've lost so far on this branching path. Since I took the wrong path. It'll be easier to check from the VOD eventually. But I wouldn't be surprised if going south instead of west actually did cost me an hour. Okay, we're almost done, maybe. Okay, so those guys take plenty of damage from terrain. That's good. Guys in front, no. So this will be a slow fight. Okay, that was good. Well, you caught it just in time. Okay, apparently the damage from this is a bit more random than I thought. Nice. Good damage. $69 damage, nice. I hope this is the end of the dungeon. We're almost out of resources. We're almost out of high potions. Okay, we've got a branching path. This is probably not the end. Maybe it is. Okay, we're probably gonna have to abort. There's too much more dungeon left. I'm not gonna be able to finish the dungeon, with my current set of resources. Okay, we can try terrain from the front row. This is a good test to see if it does more damage. Seems like it doesn't. Yeah, so there's no value in being in front row. Probably I'm just gonna finish this hallway, or get to the next dead end, and then we get out of here. We'll use exit, or we'll just reset. The enemies here give also, to make this even worse, Rendell, I've gained basically nothing from being here. The enemies here give almost no experience. I'm just paying attention. It's simplistic enough that you don't need to map. But if I warp out and then save, I basically haven't gotten any, you know, I've made no improvement. All I've really done is cost myself, like, the stack of high potions that I've spent is way more, is, like, way more valuable than, like, the true 2 or 3 treasure chests that I've opened. The only reason that I'm in this fight still is I want to see if I can... I should probably play through this, like, as a suicide run. Not trying to win anymore, but just, like, seeing how far I can get. You know, for suicide mapping purposes. You know, without making an actual map, but you know what I mean. Everybody's familiar with the concept of suicide mapping, right? Go into a dungeon and see how far you can get and learn, spend all of your resources in the process, eventually die, and then start from, you know, the beginning again. So, Rendell, I'm not going to abuse any kind of step counting mechanics in this, and also from the perspective of, is FF3J a good game? Is it one of the best NES games of all time? The being expected to abuse step count mechanics in order to make a game playable or less bad is a count against it. So what do you mean by single segment? By single segment, you just mean not abusing step count mechanics? Are those the same statement to you? I'm reloading. I'm not reloading to try to manipulate step route. Also, I'm not doing any save stating. So any reload that I do is exactly analogous to what I would be capable of doing on Famicom hardware if I had it. I don't know how to purge. How do we... Okay, 1 second timeout. Okay, so the 1 second timeout is to remove that message. The message that said how to, you know, how to do that thing. That's beyond the line regarding the backseating kind of... Like, I know you can do that. I'm not going to do that. There isn't more to talk about on that issue. Rendell is still here. It was just a 1-second timeout to get rid of that chat message. Or, well, Rendell might still be here. I haven't removed Rendell. And then, this is also in the context of, in the broader context here, is a discussion about whether or not FF3J is a good game. And it needs... I'm of the view that it needs to be evaluated, independently of things like abusing step route stuff. That's the only context in which that the discussion seems relevant, you know? Is like, as an, like, I'm definitely... Yeah, it's gameplay mechanic stuff. Like, gameplay mechanic spoiling is spoiling. In my, you know, in the position that I'm laying out. My policy related to that. Basically, with my policy regarding spoiling / backseating, I can't allow a comment like that to stand. Anyway, we're almost completely out of resources. We have 3 high potions left. We've got like 20 potions. I think next time I'm going to bring more black mages. We should probably do all black mages. And then once the black mages run out of Quake, that's when we switch to Geomancers. But once you have the all Geomancer party, then this is awful. This is really awful. Oh fuck. Reduced enemies' hit points to 0. I assume that you want to suggest that I reduce the enemy's hit points to 0. Without reaching 0 myself. So, I would consider, Rendell, I would consider, the game has a step route, probably, as common knowledge related to, previous FF games. The specific comment that you had related to, like, counting specific number of steps and when exactly you would do the reload, and so forth, that's going way beyond the... That's going way beyond general knowledge. That's why I purged the comment. Like, you are getting into detail that's similar to, like, talking about step ID and offset and danger, equivalent for FF7. So I just want to find out what's at the end of this. Probably we'll get to the end of the dungeon, and then I'll reset. I basically can't continue because I've used too much resources. Also, we're only 2,000 experience away from level 81. Okay, that was good damage. Yeah, and then 81 to 82 is the massive level. It's going to take a long time for us to even gain a single pixel. Yeah, it might be really easy. I've never tried it. Speedrunners never seem to lose runs to it. So it's probably, like... It's probably easy to get consistent at. Oh yeah, getting caught by the girl is very consistent. I've got that down. Okay, we're out of pot. This is a potless run now. Holy fuck, this dungeon is awful. Do you have any long-term goals in Resident Evil Remaster? Or are you just enjoying the game? Do you want to eventually speedrun it? Do you want to eventually do randos? For randos, you need a computer. So one of the quirks to the rando, at least as it currently exists, the rando only really works on Windows 10. So hopefully that gets fixed, especially hopefully that gets fixed after Windows 10 reaches end of life. There are older iterations of the Rando that can still work on Windows 11, but the most developed iteration of the Rando, the most advanced one, the best one, is Windows 10 only. It just won't work on Windows 11 for whatever reason, and the creator doesn't know why. So if you were to get a PC specifically for the Rando, that would be something that you should have in mind. Although another thing you can do is just, like, dual boot Windows 10 and Windows 11. Like how some people do with Windows and Linux. Yeah, Windows 10 is reaching end of life surprisingly soon. End of, like... Okay, so my party just massacred my party. That was great. We're basically out of healing. This is our last ditch. Okay, he's dead. DJ's dead. Angry's dead. Security updates end in 2032. Okay, if that's true, my understanding is that security updates were ending, on October, or in October 2025. If security updates are still going until 2032, then we're fine. Well, if that's the case also, then why would anybody switch to Windows 11? If I knew that that were true, if I were building a new PC right now, I would use Windows 10 instead of 11. Well, 10 and Linux, as opposed to 11 and Linux. Hopefully we win this fight. We're one failed terrain away from death. Well, that's death. No, that's death. Alright, GG. So, all of that trip into the dungeon was wasted time. Welcome to FF3J. Okay, what we need are 3 black wizards. Okay, I'm gonna go into the dungeon, basically as is. I'm gonna get the treasure chests that I had gotten before, and then warp back out of the dungeon, and then save. And we're not going to use any high potions. Then we'll come back later. We'll come back later with a party of black wizards. That's actually set up as a party of black wizards. So everybody has Quake. And then we'll Quake our way in, basically. So everybody has Quake, everybody has proper black wizard equipment. And also, everybody has a full set of Geomancer equipment to switch to, after we run out of Quake. I think that's the plan. So, we already got that, but that's the only thing we've gotten so far. So if it was not Valve as the company, then it would be dumping support of Proton instead of into Proton. That's the difference between Valve and other companies. Okay, so he's paralyzed, but that doesn't really help me. Yeah, that is sad. That Windows is the weakest link. And that's real. Windows actually is the weakest link. Only 80 experience for that. That's horrifically awful. Okay. I do want to test this sword. If we can use this sword... If we can use that sword as a source of damage, without enemies splitting, that's a huge improvement. So there are a lot of people now, who use, and I was one of these people at a time. I'm not currently, but there are a lot of people who use Linux for everything except gaming. How long until we reach the point where there are people who use Linux only for gaming? I feel like eventually that's going to be a thing. Steam Deck is basically your only gaming machine. So, hopefully this the idea of gaming on Linux takes off enough that game devs actually, like, optimize for that. Or, like, make it as easy to port to Linux as possible. Yeah, fully removing Microsoft from the gaming equation sounds like a really good idea. How many total are on that leaderboard, Sierra? Out of curiosity. 90th sounds pretty good. In the abstract. If it's out of, like, 200 or 200 plus, then absolutely 90 is great. Given your current skill set. So what I want to do is get to the branching point, and then go left and get the treasure chest, and then warp out. And then we'll do some testing with that sword. And then probably come back with a different party, with different equipment. 116? Okay, so at least... at least you didn't come back and say, let me check. Oh, yeah, I would be in 90th place out of 90. Or out of, like, 93. Yeah, you're on the first page. You're on the front page. One of the fastest runners, that's right. You know what you need to do, then? On live split, if you had live split, have your last split be Sierra Bobby WR. Okay, so he's paralyzed. We're gonna use the Ifrit healing spell. Okay, that went well. Ba 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 da. Okay, let's try Odin. Time to suffer lunchtime, then FF3? No, the suffering is going to be FF3, not lunchtime. Take care, Rer. See you later, Rendell. Assuming that FF3 doesn't kill you. MD is currently a conjurer, which is a type of summoner. Like a summoner that sucks. You know, that kind of summoner. So summons are mostly useless here because, like, you choose who you're going to summon, but then they randomly determine what they're going to do. Like, maybe they'll do an attack. Maybe they'll do, like, a AoE buff on your party. What the summon chooses to do is completely out of your control, and who they target if they do decide to do an attack is out of your control. Okay, we're gonna open this treasure chest at the end of... We're gonna go west, we're gonna open the treasure chest, and then we're gonna use exit to escape. And we're gonna test that sword. And then probably we'll do this dungeon again with 3 black mages. That all have Quake. And with proper equipment to switch to with regards to the, when we become Geomancers. When we inevitably become Geomancers. Nice, Odin did damage. Good job, Odin. Ba 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 da. We got another Odin damage. Good job, Odin. Okay, we have 3 Odins in a row, all landed. Good job, Odin. You're the best. Okay, this is my last Odin. This is the one that's going to be a barrier. Oh, nice. Beautiful. Okay, we're out of Odins. Let's see if Ifrit can do an attack. Nope, Ifrit is a healing spell. Okay, everybody's paralyzed. Not like it makes any difference, because all of the damage that I do is to myself, by way of terrain backfiring like that. Less than 1,000 experience until level 81. Ramu decided to do damage. Nice. Hopefully he does it again. Okay, so we're trying to just get to the end of this hallway, open the treasure chest, and then warp out. Then it's time for additional experimentation. Okay, we're gonna go to the inn. Gets us our spells back. We can buy break right here. So that's convenient. We can buy Quake, I mean. Okay, so first we give everything. Then we go to take. And then see... So nobody that's currently in my party can use Katetsu. Actually, let's first save. Which we can't do right here. By forfeit, you mean feed, right? This has become a... What's the type of stream? Like that the one guy, the 2 steps ahead guy did? A mukbang, yes. This is a Fat Chocobo mukbang stream. First, we're gonna mukbang a carrot. Okay, so this... What I'm doing here is just to determine what kind of character class is capable of equipping that black blade. Probably not Dragoon. Okay, we'll check these guys first. Okay. Magic Knight can take the Kotetsu. How about Ordinary Knight? We don't have enough capacity. DJ is incapable. Okay, apparently everybody's incapable. We've already tried Thief. Unlikely that Scholar is going to be able to. So we'll test Scholar. Scholar's got new books in the vending machine as well. Not equip. Oh, Onion Kid. Yeah, Onion Kid is worth considering. Okay, so take... Yeah, we are going to throw the book at them. The question is just going to be, is the book physical or not? Does the book do physical or mental damage? Okay, so it's... This particular sword is Magic Knight only, apparently. I do want to actually test the Scholar. I've got a good feeling about the Kotetsu. Holy shit. Okay, so it's got high attack power. That's something. So these books being here gives me reason to, like, be hopeful, I guess. Oh. Nope. Not take off. Go down. After extensive Google foo, you found a distro called Nobara, which is made by the same people who make Proton GE drivers, and they focus updates based on compatibility with games, so you might skip Windows this time. Okay, so he apparently can use low-level magic. That's sort of okay. Alright, that particular sword... Okay, we don't know about the books yet, but that particular sword just did not split him. We need the books to hit. Okay, that sword is the key to the dungeon. But he died to the books, so we won't really know. We need to do more testing. Yeah, that's why they call the Bash programming language Bash, right, Samney? Pa 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 da. Okay, so books are not gonna work. Okay. So we're definitely using a Magic Knight. The second Geomancer probably should be a Black Mage. Magic Knight, Black Wizard, White Wizard. And then both of those are going to become... both of those will eventually become, you know, the things? Geomancers? And we want Gaia armor available. We want more Gaia armor available. What were we even looking for? Black Wiz. So, Scholar, Black Robe, and Protect. Okay, he can use Diamond. I think we can buy Black Robe from the vending machine here. We can probably get everything that we need from the vending machines. Yeah, we can buy another Black Robe. We could even buy another Gaia. Okay, this guy is... Since we only have the one sword, we're gonna need a shield. Okay, apparently we're gonna have no shield on our Magic Knight. So I'm loaded until I actually buy... I've been delaying a giant purchase of high potions for a while. I'm low on high potions, and they're expensive. Okay, so he's just going to have the weapon and no shield. Apparently, he's too good to have a shield. And he's too good to have armor. He's just too awesome. Makes them easy to equip, at least. Scholar, Black Robe, Protect. I'm out of Scholar helmets. Yeah, the Zelicer is really good. Oh, actually... Okay, Ice 3's going there. We need Quake. Which is expensive. But we need it. Want to dump our stuff. Actually, those we want to keep. We want to keep Gaia. Gaia armor is the most important thing. Hopefully there's some armor for an Ammonite in this vending machine. No, Ammonite is too good for armor. We've got a totally naked Ammonite. And 390 experience until level 81. Alright. This is it. This is the run. Let's fucking go. We have an Ammonite now. My Ammonite should be in the front row, probably. Okay, so my job is going to be keeping the Ammonite alive. Yeah. Yeah, it's happened. It's been known to happen. I think you're either the second or third person. You're definitely not the first. So it kind of sounds like you're Shama late to the party. Ammonite Shama late to the party. See what I did there? I made a bad joke. Okay, so this dungeon is going to be way more possible now. We have a renewable... We have a... non-finite source of damage. And we have more quakes now. Holy fuck, that's a lot of damage. Okay, this is gonna be easier than I expected. We don't need quakes for this fight. Yeah, my M. Night Shyamalan hits hard. Ouch. $182 experience until level 81. Until the giant death level of Doom. I wonder how many days it's going to take to reach level 82. It would be nice if there was a way to, like, use the defend command regardless of what your character class was. Or, like, skip your turn somehow without needing to use an item. Without needing to have a worthless item in your inventory that you could use to just skip your turn. Because basically, my M-Knight is doing literally everything here, and everybody else is just wasting their turn. Through an extremely convoluted and menu-intensive method. Yeah, I agree, Hope. Are you wondering whether or not I've thought of that? The safe thing to do is just assume that I never thought of that. And that there's absolutely nothing stopping me from having a full party of them. Yeah, it'd be too easy. And I wouldn't get to complain nearly as much. Okay, does your cousin work at Nintendo? Hey, Jogura. .22 experience until level 81. So I'm gonna take the first branching path to the left here. So the issue, Hope, if you're relative... Oh, this is it! The issue, Hope, in this dungeon, every enemy has a gimmick, and that's that if they get hit by physical damage, they duplicate. So you can only do magic damage here. The sword that my one magic knight, my one M knight is using, we just got in this dungeon, and we only have one of it. So we're only able to equip one... So the sword has the special power of being able to damage these enemies without them splitting, without them, like, multiplying. We only have one of that sword, so we can only effectively have one M Knight. Or one M Knight that has a weapon. A weapon that doesn't cause the duplication of the enemies. I probably heard that too. Alright, this is it. We are about to start level 81. Ex-Soldier is level 81. This is 53.17%. Okay, do you see that? Next level, to get from 81 to 82, requires 85,000 more experience points. For context, a typical level here, a typical level around this area, would be about 45,000. This is almost twice the size of an ordinary level. Let's see, how much does it take to get from level 98 to 99? It's less than this. But I want to look it up now. Okay, I've got the numbers here. Yeah, this is the biggest level in the game. So level 99 is 2,452,783. Level 98 is 2,378,833. Okay. The next biggest level to get from 98 to 99 is about 74k. This is substantially bigger than the next biggest level. Why is this one so big? Every 10 levels, there's a different variable that's applied. So in order to keep the slope from being, like, you know, really consistent, there's a little bit of variability that Square added in, with a different, like, multiplier, that changes every 10 levels. And whenever you change from one multiplier to the next, you can get anomalies. And this is by far the biggest of those anomalies. But yeah. Yeah, it's a different experience curve every 10 levels. And here's where we went from a low curve to a steep curve, basically. So this is it. We can get through this level, we will have gotten through the most difficult level. How long do I estimate this level to take in real time? I have no idea. It's gonna take a long time, because I'm about to go take a piss. And that's gonna cut into the grind. Any regrets after 660 hours? I should have arranged more foot pedals that were simultaneously connected at the beginning, so if one of them died, I could immediately switch to another one. The main issue now, Robust Walrus, is that my foot pedal is dead, so I'm completing the grind using a keyboard on the floor. Do we know how much gil? About 1.5 million by the end. But I'll be back soon. So this one level is about 3.5% of the total. We're gonna have to fight excruciatingly hard for every single pixel of that meter that we eventually will fill up. So if anybody plays Tetris, or, like, follows the Tetris scene, and is aware that Dog Playing Tetris just got rebirth a few days ago...
It's a gas mask bomb. God, he was so smart.
Let's add purple somewhere.
Right, acknowledged, Turtle. Thank you for the 420 bits and the gas mask bong. If anybody knows about Tetris, and knows that about Dog Playing Tetris having just gotten rebirth, and, you know, there's a level in Tetris where you have the same color scheme for, like, 800 lines. Level 81 to 82 is the equivalent of that. Okay, let's put purple over here. How's that? Too bright or okay? Right. get you a spin also. Oh, best friends. I think you did the math wrong. I also calculated it while I was taking a piss. I came up with 42.0 hours. So you might want to recheck your variables. Here's a spin for Turtle. Thank you for the 420 bits in the gas mask bong. Yeah, we're gonna work the feet. Actually, we can just do more Fiscal Lizard streaming. Fiscal Lizard usually has good grind efficiency, at least when he doesn't fall asleep. When Fiscal Lizard does fall asleep, his grind efficiency gets really bad, though. That happened to him recently. I need to update the FAQ. The pedal is almost certainly fine. And I have another one that definitely is fine. The issue is not, like, we're not going to get another pedal. We're not going to do anything, we're not going to change the pedal situation in any way. The issue, and the reason why, is FF7 PC really doesn't like it when you connect and disconnect input devices to the computer. So, most likely, probably, I could get the pedal working just fine by unplugging it and plugging it back in. Or closing the software that I use to translate from the inputs to... So I'm running software also that converts from the pedal inputs to keyboard inputs, and then FF7 PC is reading that. The process of doing anything to mess with that at all, I refuse to do, because it would take on a very real risk of crashing FF7, and because we haven't saved, we would actually be risking the 660 hours. Which I'm not willing to do. I would much rather just finish without a pedal than take that risk. If we were only 200 hours in, I probably would do it. But since we're 600, no. But I should, at some point, I'll probably update the FAQ with a section for, like, new information for returning people who are asking, like, what's wrong? What happened to the foot pedal? Are you gonna get another foot pedal? That's the biggest question. No, I'm not getting another foot pedal. I already have another foot pedal, and I'm not connecting it. Actually, we can probably use some Quakes. This looks like a good fight for Quake. Okay, Quake sucks compared to my M. Night. Is FF3 any good? No. I wouldn't recommend it outside the context of you are grinding for hundreds of hours. Turtle likes it, but Turtle also likes FF2. So keep that in mind. And when I say 2, I mean 2J, not 4. Yeah, Adraxis is also pretty weird. I think this particular Twitch page is enriching for the weird viewers. I think that's fine. I think that's to be expected. I have only myself to blame for that. But I can't recommend that anybody play this recreationally when they have other options. Unless I disliked the person. Okay, like, I could set... If I had the person's best interest in mind, I would not recommend that they play it. I could see a use case for recommending this game, but that's, like, you know, you don't like somebody, and you want them to suffer. And you might even say that it's one of the best NES games of all time. So we've just gone south. How close to the end? It's hard to say. One way to put it, there are 4 crystals. Each crystal unlocks 1/4 of the jobs. I have found 3 of the crystals so far. So I'm probably over 50% done, but I'm not at endgame yet. Well, if you're gonna call me wrong, then do I have grounds for calling you wrong, Turtle? Yamo. You want to hug Drika? We're gonna get out of this by hugging Drika. That's the actual solution to this dungeon. You hug Drika, and then you don't suffer as much. Alright, after this fight, I'll go hug Drika. Because I'm her husband. Alright, good job, Adraxis. Alright, this is a really informative screen. I hope you like purple. Right, is this a sufficient amount of purple? Genji gloves? When we have 4 enemies, I'm gonna do at least 1 Quake. Okay, that was a good Quake. Ba, 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 da. So the real question is, will we finish Final Fantasy 3J before we reach level 82? Probably we will, even though we're nowhere near endgame. And there are definitely games that I like, that aren't really considered good, that I think most sane people would consider to be not good. One example of that is Buck Rogers' Countdown to Doomsday for the Sega Genesis. I really like the game. There's a lot that's wrong with the game. If modern me were to replay that game without having experience of having played it in the past, without having any sort of nostalgia, I would probably hate it. But in context, I really like the game. And it is on the radar list for this grind, so we might get to it eventually. Yeah, a lot of people are going to dislike a game like with Legacy of Lost Souls. And that's completely understandable. Not all games are for all people. And thankfully that's true, because games that seem to be trying to be, like, appealing to everybody are games that I generally dislike. Yeah, as a wizardry, it's too easy. That's the biggest, like, in the so, it's in an interesting place where, relative to other RPGs, it's too hard, but relative to other wizardries, it's too easy. But what really matters is how enjoyable is it to play, and it's kind of awesome in that respect. Imagine how set you would be if you got a shuriken drop, and your ninja was able to do actual damage from the back row. So this is probably going to loop on itself. Perfect. Okay, so we're done here. Fuck. I did not mean to input a run. So my defense is 0 now. Okay, we got lucky. This game's menus have an extremely strong element of clunk to them as well. The fighter abilities is to skip their turn and then do like 3 times as much damage on the next turn, right? Yeah, that can be an extremely good ability. Especially against bosses. Okay, apparently I can wear the Genji gloves. It's the only thing he can wear. Pa 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 da. So how far into deeper levels are you now? I think eventually you will reach a point where it no longer feels like cheating. Okay, yeah, you're still pretty early. It's going to get hard. It's going to get real hard. Pa 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 da. Try this first. This ended up looping to the one on the right, if I recall correctly. I'll do a Quake. Okay, that was nice. Very good roll. Eventually, you're going to need to be high level, regardless of whatever you've done with class changing. Okay, this is gonna hurt. Oh, that really hurt. Needs a Quake. I'm gonna double Quake. The Lord ability is also pretty good. The damage absorbing ability, where he tanks for the rest of the party. Fuck. We got a run input. Okay, we survived. Ba 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 da. Okay, I'll do his last quake. Okay, so every one of these is a dead end. Way through this dungeon is somehow hidden. Assuming that this isn't just an elaborate dead end. Feels like progression is possible. Fuck. Okay, at least he wasn't the last character. So, inputs in this game are very slippery. It's very easy to get 2 ups registered before you press enter. You know, before confirm, instead of 1 up. And when that happens on your final character, then you get run input and locked in, and you're committed to running. This wouldn't be so bad if there was a defend command that was available for all character classes. Because then we could just do that instead of going down to item, and then over, and then selecting our weapon to use as an item. Just to waste our turn and for no other reason. I do not know who that is. Okay, so I'm gonna carefully push against every wall. That's really all I can do here. We have 2 quakes left. Also, I think the stream is probably going to be ending relatively soon. Even if we don't manage to make it through this dungeon. So, Drika's making nachos. And I'm gonna have to ingest those nachos soon, I think. Kinda smells like they're being, made awesome right now. Also, tomorrow, I will not be streaming as MD. I have real-life stuff tomorrow. Sunday, probably. But not tomorrow. Real life is the worst, although in this case, the real life thing is a date with Drika. So, as far as real life goes, it's pretty good. But Fiscal Lizard will probably be on tomorrow, and maybe later tonight also. Oh, Chad is apparently in all turtle mode. So I have news for you. If you are in chat right now, you are turtle. Exactly. See how accurate my prediction was? There's another turtle. It's also an evening of you, if you look at chat. Okay, that was my last Quake, which coincides with the nachos. I just would like to, if possible, solve the puzzle of where we're supposed to go next on this screen. We don't need to actually go there, I just want to figure out where to go. Oh, the next place. Okay, that's right. The next location. The next pathway. Yeah, it's that simple. Okay. We found it. Found the way through. And now we've got another one of these puzzles. So, I'm gonna check on the nachos. I'll be back shortly. I'm gonna get a ETA on nachos. And there's a good chance this is gonna be the last fight for FF3J. I'll keep the laptop, I'll keep FF7 paused. There's a good chance, if we stop here, there's a good chance that I'll be on tonight. Also, it's been 8 hours. This has been a reasonably solid stream already. Perfect timing. I was about to just go downstairs to ask you if nachos were ready, or when nachos would be ready. So, you see this fight right here, Drika? After this fight, then I'm gonna shut the stream down. We just need to kill these 4 more enemies, and then we can warp out of the dungeon. Using the warp spell. Yeah, they smell really good. They smell OP. Ba 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 da. Yeah, Drika made nachos. Drika, did you make enough for everybody in chat? That's basically just a turtle. Yeah, somebody ate all the tomatoes yesterday. It was Drika and I. We're the villains. We're the tomato eaters. Okay, so we are going to warp out of here using the exit spell. There's enough for a turtle? Perfect. Okay, we got plenty of inventory space. We gotta go to the world map and save. And then we'll pick up FF3J on Sunday, probably. I will not be streaming tomorrow, or at least not as Monetary Dragon. So that's all the FF3. That's all the FF3 that I've got for today. Okay, we've definitely saved. We just saved twice, I'm pretty sure. And in FF7, we have... Okay, it's October 11. This is stream 64. We're level 81. We have 1,305,794 experience points. Which is 53.24% completion. We won't reach level 82 until 56.64%. Live split is at 662. I will probably be on as Fiscal Lizard. I'm not going to put the laptop to sleep now. We're just going to get into a fight and then pause. And then post nachos. There's a better than 50% chance of a Fiscal Lizard stream. Oh, we also have 800,010 gil. Check out that gil number. We just rolled over to 800k. Okay, so we're going to pause in the next fight. Are there any good raid targets out there? Yeah, we can raid enjoy the nachos. Okay, so we're paused. You can pause the timer. I'll let it roll over to 31. $662.31. Okay, we've got Blink is doing Breath of Fire. Yeah, those are both good options. I haven't raided Shout in a while. Oh, Shout's got a chair. We can raid his chair. He's implying that it's JP. If it's JP 1.0... So Shout is probably going to raid Blink eventually anyway. Yeah, we have to raid his chair. See you guys later. Probably later tonight. Say hi to Shout Blaster's chair. Shout Blaster has a really nice looking chair.